Anyway, let's count down. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I hate this game. Flame champion this time is our good friend Zero. The guy who is keeping Suikoden 3 speedrunning alive through the current use of 10,000 Discord posts per day, talking about things that are way above my pay grade. This also means that, as spoilered in the title, we are going to do Geddoe as Flame Champion. He's the only one left. And I gave the file name to Zero because when he did his, kind of theory crafting notes, his idea was that Geddoe would be the fastest time or the easiest time. I'm not really 100% sure, but he used Geddoe. So shoutouts to Zero, wherever he is, lurking deep in the Suikoden 2 Discord forum. All right. Another 12 hours of watching my dog stare at me. Anyway, LCC, I hope your weekend's going well. Going fine. Glad to hear it. What's up, SRD? God dang it, dude. SRD just ruining my day once again. SRD, I was confused about why you couldn't post any links. So I looked into it. And I guess you, I don't know, you have to have a permission or be a mod, so... Alright, first, message speed fast. Formation adjust. And what do we got? 90. I'll take a 90. So let's do this. Congratulations, SRD. I also appreciate your support and I'm impressed by your knowledge of the game. So welcome. Welcome to the super elite mod community of this channel. There's only 3. Auto mod stuff. Yeah, dude, when I was setting this up, there's so many options and man, I don't want to like micromanage every single thing, so I just left everything by default. I'm counting on you, SRD. SRD, how's your weekend going, by the way? Sub badge. Speaking of sub stuff, did you know that I'm halfway to the path to affiliate? Oh, man. But we're never going to get to there. Because one, I would decline it. And two, because I guess one of them is you need 50 followers. And we ain't getting to 50. There's just not that many people interested in Suikoden 3. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. I failed you all. Although if I did do that, what would be my emote? I want to hear all your guys' ideas, just for out of curiosity. In 20 years, it'll be esports. You know, you're probably right, because 20 years ago, you know, playing Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, if you would have told me that there would be tournaments that are being broadcast on ESPN, ESPN2, for people watching, you know, people play Street Fighter against each other, I would have laughed you out of the fucking room. But here we are. That's a thing. So it's only a matter of time before speedrunning really takes over. The competitive E-League of speedrunning. We're already there with the charity events, which are great, by the way. I'm definitely not hating on those in any way, shape, or form. They do good work. Guess that's how you bring in the real dollars. Yeah, I guess the top games are pretty competitive, and that's how people bring in the money. So let's talk about other stuff this run, because I did my first run with tryhard commentary, and then I watched it back to critique my own work. And there's plenty of times where I would start a sentence and then not finish it because I get interrupted by something dumb. And then the run with Chris, I tried to elaborate on some stuff that I felt I didn't touch on enough. But I think if you watch those two runs, you got pretty much anything covered, so let's try something different this time. Not to mention I feel horrible, so I'm not going to be talking about damage formulas or shit like that this time. So I finally got around to playing Bloodstained, game that I did throw down on Kickstarter. Not finished yet, but I actually really like it. It's fun. It's just a fun game to play. If you're looking for it to be the next Symphony of the Night, then you'll probably be disappointed, because I did play the game for 7 hours and beat the game by accident. I won't spoil it for anyone here, but there's an item you get that, you know, if you're keen on exploring, which I am, and I think most people who like these types of games probably are, you can just magically end up at the final boss. And when I walked in to fight him, I'm like, oh, well, this guy's here. I know who he is. He's probably going to test me, or, you know, like a test ballot or something like that. No. I beat him, and it said, game over. So, obviously, I got the bad ending, and then you know, because my map wasn't even, like, 50%. So then I, you know, played it some more, and I think I'm almost done. But it's good. I would recommend Bloodstained if you like that type of game. But again, just don't go in there thinking it's going to be the next Symphony of the Night, because it's not. But it's good. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of similar to that. I can't remember. I mean, obviously I got that bad ending too the first time I played Symphony, but it took me a lot longer than 7 hours to get there, I guess. Like, there was no real... You just walk in, you're like, oh yeah, this guy. All right, well, this is just going to be like, you know, one of those battles where the boss is just testing you for a bit, but then you kill him and like, oh, I guess that's it. But then you realize it's not it, because you got a game over screen for winning the battle. And then you go explore some more. But overall, I really do like it. It's good. But, you know, I do like these kind of games a lot, so it would make sense that I like it. I didn't really keep up with the Kickstarter campaign. I just kind of backed it and then, you know, didn't do anything or keep up on it. But apparently, man, it's a real big source of controversy as far as the versions that were canceled, the DLC being made available to everyone. There are some bugs, which, by the way, I guess I'm glad I waited to play it now because they had to work out some stuff. But man, like, I went back onto the Kickstarter page and I was reading the comments. Dude, people get really fucking angry. They really do, man. It's crazy. Anyway, Bloodstained. You'd think I would be sponsored by Bloodstained for how much I'm talking about it right now, but that's not the case. I'm not really big on those types of projects. Like, I've only done Bloodstained. I did the Suikoden 2 orchestral CD. And I did the other game, which... man, you know, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it type of thing. But the Shadow of the Colossus spiritual successor that I caught wind of, Pray for the Gods. Very excited about that project, so I kind of threw down on that one as well. But man, I'm not going to complain because it's my own fault, but they early on that's kind of what it was billed as. They never outright said it, but you know, draw your own conclusions from the trailers and whatnot. But then, shortly after the campaign began, for some reason, I don't know whose idea or whose suggestion it was, but they decided we need to add the, what do you want to call them, like Breath of the Wild mechanics to it, the survivalist mechanics to it, where you gotta, you know, they told everyone not to talk about this. I don't care. So I was like an alpha tester for that game. And well, what I'm saying is, no, everyone already knows anyway. But, so they added these, these survivalist things, like where you gotta craft your own food and start a fire because you're cold and to keep your body warm. Otherwise, you're gonna be shivering while you're walking around. Because the whole game is in a giant, icy, snow-filled landscape. Alright, that's fine. Man, that type of stuff just... And I know everyone's different. I guess I get why people like it. But for me, that's just an instant turn off to me. That doesn't add anything to me, It's like I'm just trying to play the fucking game. I don't feel like I need to stop and forge some twigs to start a fire so my character can be warm. That's probably why I love Shadow of the Colossus so much, because it's straight to the point, no bullshit. So, I was kind of miffed about that, and I did all the testing on the alpha stage. Now they've opened it up to beta users anyway, so they're probably getting a lot more useful feedback from people who are probably enjoying it a lot more than I ever will. So whenever that comes out, I have no idea. I actually haven't updated that one in a while as far as checking out the progress, but I think because of the tier that I backed at, I get a couple of free, like Steam downloads or whatever. So I'll definitely be giving those away. So if you're interested, let me know. And whenever that comes out, I'll, just unload them all. Unload them all live at twitch.tv/SpaceCoyote. At a date to be determined, because I have no idea when it's going to be released. So I'm not going to play it. I mean, I'll play I'll play through it when it's finally done, just to do it. But I'm not going to like it. All right, let's see what we've got today. What do you got? No, that's not what I wanted. No magic. That's better. Don't do it. You bitch. Okay. That was pretty lackluster, but definitely not the worst battle I've seen. Did Zero really play Ultimate vs. Marvel Capcom 3? Captain America, is that your guy? I'll tell you, I did play Ultimate vs. Marvel Capcom. Wait, what? Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I played that game. And I used my girl, Ami, from Okami. One of my favorite games of all time. I used her because I liked her as a character, not because she was amazing. Although the best players with her actually did do some cool stuff. You know, there's probably a reason we never saw her in any major team in any major tournament. Yeah, you're right, SRD. She does say that. Interesting. Well, next time I see Zero, I'm going to tell him to embrace death and pick up Sam's show. And then I'll ambush his sorry ass at RPG Limit Break and dust him off. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you know, it was cool. It was fun. It was just a fun game to kind of mess around with, but I never really got that big into it. Again, this is like after my time where I actually stopped taking things seriously anyway, so it was fun just to mess around with, but Sam Show really did bring me out of retirement, though. Love that game. Now let me ask you a question. What are your top 3 favorite fighting games, LCC? SRD, how's your weekend going, by the way? Forgot to ask. Alright, battle with Isla. Let's hope this goes well. Miss. Not good. Kill. No, what? Jesus. Damn it, Ace. Alright, it's fine. Sometimes you get lucky and you can still hit everyone with this spell. Sometimes you can't, though. Really depends on if Ace and Queen die. Ideally in the first 4 hits. Let's see, Jock or Ace, I guess. Alright, fine. Although that's a pretty bad situation as far as skill point distribution goes. Guilty Gear, no surprise to see that on that list. King of Fighters 13. I never played. What is that? Garu, Mark of the Wolves? I never played that. King of Fighters. So, did you see the trailer also for the. Well, not the trailer, but just the 3-second announcement for the new King of Fighters? Are you excited for that? Really, SRD? That's pretty cool. Did you reach out and just ask for that, or? Well, that's really cool, actually. Wish Konami would give me that for this game. Eh, 14's good. The fuck was that? Dang, dude. Zero just not happy with the file name at all. You may be wondering why I just put 0 and not the rest, because I always forget the rest. 0, Z3, R0, £, bat symbol, Q, tilde, and the symbol for Japanese yen. Isn't that it? Dang, dude, SRD, you're famous. Well, you know, it's probably in his best interest to give that to you, right? You're gonna promote his game even more. That's cool. Happy Frog. Well, you're more famous than I am, SRD. That's all that matters. Going back though, LCC, you like Dragon Ball FighterZ? Do you still play it all, like, seriously, or are you just kind of casually online or anything like that? I mean, I know you're way up north. I don't know if there's a scene up there or anything like that. How so? I did not pick that one up. Like I said, I'm going all in on Sam Show. That's all I got. This is such a dumb place to fail runs. can't even walk 10 feet, man. Jesus. The speed of the game. Because of how fast it is. You know, that's the other thing that they did in the new Sam Show patch. Everyone got their movement sped up, which I kind of disagreed with. I thought it was okay the way it was, but I guess everyone wants that fast-paced action. You know, it's not really the super fast-paced game, though. It's like all about trying to mess with your opponent's head. Because you make one mistake there, dude, it could be 80% of your life. You're sweating. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. You know, yeah, that makes sense. You get caught up with someone just attacking you and you can't do anything about it. You're just kind of stuck. Blocking for a billion years and then the timer runs out. So what are your thoughts on game balancing? Do you think every character should be viable against everyone else? Or do you think just by default some characters are always going to be better than everyone else? And that's just the nature of fighting games. Because back in the day, you know, you took what the game gave you and you worked with it. Now, day one, you got people crying, oh, this guy needs a buff, or this guy's too strong. Yeah, it should be kind of close, I think, but I don't know how realistic that's going to be, you know, to make everyone be equal to everyone else. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got to have different types of characters, right? So kind of impossible to make everyone on the same level, but, you know, as long as you're trying, that's all that matters. The patch notes for Sam's show are 9 pages long with 17 characters, and Shiki got a page and a half all to herself. She needed it. Fun character to play now. Yeah, see, I don't like that. I don't want every character to be exactly the same. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Alright, we did it. While talking about fighting games, we still managed to pick the right dialogue choice. 2H is anti-air for all characters. Yeah. Yeah. Fair complaint were for Samurai Showdown as well. Everyone's super special move is the same input. You know, obviously Rage, Explode, and Isin, both the same as well. And they're just one button presses, so really easy to dish out. But, you know, at the end of the day, I just gotta think, am I having fun playing this game? Yeah, I am. And even when I'm losing, like even if I get my ass beat, because you know, flawless victories are definitely a thing, and nobody ever wants to get flawless ever, right? But it's gonna happen because you can get taken out in 2 hits. And if I'm still having fun getting flawless online when it happens, then you know, I'm pretty happy with the game overall. I already like commentating this way better. Because commentating straight up based on the gameplay and what you're doing, it's probably useful for the viewers to follow along what's going on, but I've already done that twice. This makes time go by much faster. And that's the other thing I noticed last time when people were really active in chat, you know, just talking about anything non-Suikoden related, like Simpsons episodes. That makes things a lot easier. Which I understand isn't always going to be the case. Like if I'm playing Mega Man 2, I'm obviously not going to be able to interact with chat as much because you're paying attention to what you're doing constantly. But when you get long, really, really long breaks in between actually doing shit, it does help with the interaction when people are active. So I appreciate everyone who is active. But I will still do commentary for stuff that we're actually doing that's important. Like this. Mountain Path. So we need to get Joker's magic stat to a 101. We started with 90, which is a really good number. Based on his starting stat and what you get for the level ups that you've fought with a few battles before you get here, you have a really good idea of what encounters you can fight here to get to the necessary level that's going to get you guaranteed to 101, and this is one of them. Hopefully we kill off our own party members, because we are going to be a little bit behind skill points already because Ace survived the battle with Isla, which sucks. So I'm hoping this takes my guys out as well. And it did not do anything. Okay, so this is something that you need to keep. Oh, nice misses. Oh, good, good. You can't even finish the battle. Alright, well, the entire team is alive. That's not good. But we did get 104 magic, which is 3 more than we needed. And that's all thanks to the starting stat of 90. Again, you can take something as low as 83. But if you take 83, you need good luck and only one of 2 possible encounters to get to 101. So it's up to you if you want to roll the dice. Again, resetting only takes 4 minutes versus 40 minutes when you get here and realize that you don't have the magic stat that you need. If you're taking this seriously. I mean, you could just fight another encounter and get another level up if you're that close and you need it and you don't want to reset. But it's just going to slow you down. Also, I mentioned that I was checking my own work. I think this is true for most people, but when I listen to myself back, the first thing I said was, and obviously I've heard myself on tape before, but that's not what I sound like. That's not my voice at all. And of course, like most people, I hate the sound of my own voice, so this attack sucks. It takes forever. Alright. It's gonna be like that, huh? What did I do to deserve this? Oh, come on. This is one of the best encounters you can get, by the way. Like, if you had 83, this is one of 2 encounters that you would look for to fight. Just would hope that you kill them before they pulled this shit on you. Oh, good. Poison. Anyway, I don't plan on going back and watching any of my videos just for that reason alone. But I did go back and watch the Chris run for like a good 10-minute segment because, I don't know if anyone remembers, in Hugo Chapter 1, going through the Zexen Forest, I failed what felt like a billion runs to a group of beetles. I thought we set a new record for failed runs. My previous record was 5 in a row before actually escaping the battle. And I thought for sure it was 6, but I went back and checked the tape, and it turns out it was only 5 as well. So, the bar is still set at 5. Alright, Twin Snake fight. Equip your Gyzos right now, not any earlier, because you don't want to run into an encounter, fail your run, and lose a bunch of Gyzos, a bunch of valuable, expensive Gyzos. And again, like every other time I've played this game ever, I always try to sneak through, but it never works. First turn, Battlefield, the most important spell in a speedrun. Explosion, the spell we just got from getting his magic stat to 101. And we're going to move Queen and Ace up to the head, so hopefully they get hit by explosion when it goes off. good there. Battlefield, gonna go off. Again, you don't want to stop chant. Stop chant is the worst thing that can happen to you in this game. That's why you don't heal before this fight, because if you get dealt a fatal blow by an attack, and you have a Jizo on, and you're casting magic, it will never stop your chant. Something about dying and coming back to life will always keep your chant going. Okay, so for some reason, Queen decided to move out of the way this time. Again, that's not good, because you want these guys to die. I mean, it's a really sensitive skill point issue. Let's hope this gets Queen. I don't think so. Nope. Well, that really sucks. It doesn't suck because we're going to win this battle. But it does suck because at this point I don't think Joker's going to have enough. Let's see. Yikes, that's low. Alright, well, we're going to need a good friends battle to get back up to speed here. Otherwise, we get to do the always fun strat of fighting extra encounters. Yeah, it's a cool mechanic, actually. I don't know. I mean, I doubt it was intended that way, but that's the way it works. Take the armor so we can sell it. Yeah, I mean, the natural instinct is to heal before the boss fight, right? But if you do that and you get hit with magic, and then your character gets his magic chant stopped, that's when that battle goes really wrong, really fast. Because as long as those snake heads are up, you know, you always have a chance of dying. Now we get to watch a billion years of cutscenes. And I don't know why I call them cutscenes, because they're not scenes. They're just areas with a lot of dialogue. Definitely got to stay at the end right now when you first get here, because if you don't, you're going to go up to the HQ right here, you're going to see a scene, and then when you come back to the inn, it's going to trigger a bunch of scenes automatically. And then when you get at the beginning of chapter 2, you're going to have Geddoe all by himself. Then you're going to go back to the inn, trigger some more scenes, and then before you know, you're going to be out of the town completely. and you would have to go back in at that point to stay at it then. So you either do it now or you lose time and you do it later. It's a bunch of little stuff like that that's just easy to forget or gloss over. It's just going to lose you time. So SRD, bring me up to speed on what you're doing with Exit Fate. Are you like routing a speedrun for that game, or are you just trying to dig into the mechanics and create some new documents for people to see, or are you going to be running it yourself? Because I haven't kept up with that. Routing, nice. So what do you have any idea of how long it's going to take or anything like that? Is it going to be a Suikoden 3 12-hour type of thing, or a Suikoden 4 4-hour thing, or less? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. That's exactly what I did with this game. An hour here, an hour there. Some weeks where nothing happened. So doing stuff like this takes a long time, I get it. Have you found any cool glitches or exploits or anything like that, or are you just kind of just getting started on it? Any sequence breaks, or is it like this game where you can't do shit? Infinite war battle moves, nice. That sounds useful. $55. Well, that's pretty slow. I mean, that's not slow. That's average. So we'll take it. A lot of that was those damn butterflies dropping their pixie dust on me. War battles can be hard in that game. Honestly, I need to go check that out again, just in general. But make sure to keep us all posted. The Suikoden speedrunners are like an endangered species, much like the snow leopard. You gotta look out for each other. Alright, how does everyone else pronounce this guy's name? Because I'm pretty sure I'm wrong, but I don't care. I'm going to still say it that way anyway. So sorry. Again, this is one of those really boring parts of the run where you're just kind of snoozing off and mashing through text because there's 8 different scenes in a row. At least these ones are all consecutive and they happen pretty much right after each other, instead of just doing a whole scene, walking 10 feet, doing a whole scene, walking another 10 feet, doing a whole scene, walking another 10 feet. Sasarai? Yeah. You're probably right. Especially the ending on mine, because I'm not even using English, the rules of English. But hey man, that's how I saw it as a kid. So that's no surprise, as my SAT score out of high school would clearly show you I'm a math guy, not an English guy. I mean, because the fact that it ends in AI is kind of a dead giveaway. But I'm sticking to my guns, because it's too late to change now. I'm going down in flames. That's alright. I know I'm not the only one who has some very choice pronunciations for some of these characters. I've heard some weird ones. I've definitely heard some weird ones over the course of Suikoden's lifestyle. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm not even 100% right. Sure, I'm pronouncing it right. Geddoe. Could be a J sound. Geddoe, French. Well, there'd probably be an X on the end of that. I'm gonna be dead honest with you guys. Suikoden 1, I definitely said his name was Luck. Dude, I still don't know. I mean, I guess I would say Klon, you know? I mean, I don't, dude. These fucking guys are nuts with their names. Klon. What's everyone's favorite Suikoden name? Two ways you can look at that. You can take the most obscure, weird sounding 18-letter name, or we can go with something like Kyle. Richard, yes. Richard, the most unassuming character in the series. I remember the first time I read that someone said Richard was good, and I'm like, no fucking way. It turns out he just shreds everything. Pretty cool how you could dual kill direct with, what was it, 4 total characters? You got your hero, Belkut, Richard, and what's his name? It's a guy? Okay, so this is important here. I really need everyone to eat dirt, except for Geddoe and Joker. Otherwise, we're going to be fighting random battles, and I don't want to do that. Okay, there's one. No, don't miss, please. One? What the fuck? I've never seen that attack miss before. Alright, come on, take him out. Well, shit. Oh. 398. That's not going to cut it. Damn it. Alright, well, we're going to fight some battles in Mount Sinai. Spoiler alert. Famous last words, right? Well, that's never happened before. I've never had a skill point total under 400 coming out of that battle. Welcome to Suikoden 3. Here's another question for everyone. Did I save the best for last? Is Geddoe the fastest? Slowest? Somewhere in the middle? Do I have any idea what I'm doing? I mean, I had these theories, right, when I started this. Like, well, I think this guy is going to be the fastest. I think this guy and this other guy, who I'm going to refer Chris to as a guy. Because let's be real, Cecile refers to her as a man as well. And her name is Claude. His name is Claude. Anyway, I had my thoughts on Geddoe. You know, I'm going to start calling him Geddoe. Let's see if that catches on. Anyway, I'll give my final thoughts when I'm done with all this shit. So the one person that's interested in doing this can have a good idea of what to base everything around. I'm just glad there's not different categories to submit this to, you know, like any percent Chris is its own category. Nobody wants that. I'm actually excited to do a 108 run, though. It's much more fun to... I mean, I would imagine it's much more fun to watch. But it's also much more fun to play. Because there's more instances of you actually doing stuff. And by the way, I went through my notes. And here's the final verdict on Suikoden 3 speedruns. Over the next 12 hours, there will be 97 dialogue choices, 4 duels, 9 war battles, and 46 battles. Now, if you would have told me, guess how many battles are in a Suikoden 3 speedrun, I would have said, well, 10. That is much higher than I thought it was. Which averages out to a battle every 15 minutes, which sounds like a lot. Now, those are total battles that we get into. We don't win all of those, but those are all the battles that you'll actually fight and trigger. Dude, SRD, Mike is a real grifter, man. I know, right? We couldn't even get to 108 dialogue choices. Billy is easy. I've never lost to Billy, but I assume it's possible. I just don't think the way I do it, he's ever going to beat you. But still, you're sweating, because if you lose and you lose your S statue, that's pretty much run over. Because you're not getting another one unless you grind one out through Kathy's horse racing game, or you go grind out area bosses for treasure chests, which may or may not have an S statue. So I have in bold, highlighted in green in my notes. Fucking safety save before Billy, just in case. Because famous last words, right? Well, I've never lost to Billy before. And then you lose. And he takes your S statue. If that happens, good luck. But Mike's Mike is a huge time variance as well. Unless someone knows something I don't on how to play his dumb card game. Because you got to win 20 grand. So the way I do it is I bet 5, and hopefully I win. That doubles to 10. That bet carries over to the next round, and then you win that hand. And that's it. So you just need to win 2 hands in a row, right? Yeah, well, let's see how that goes. I've lost 60 grand to him before getting him. I mean, I feel like Vegas should adopt Kabu as a game, as a table game, because that's how bad I get smoked. And I'll be walking through a Vegas casino one day. One day, hopefully being next July for EVO 2020. And I see the Kabu table, and I'm like, no, fuck you. You're not taking my money anymore. And the dealer's name will be Mike. And I'll just punch him right in the face. Are you serious? You'd go out there? That's awesome. See me in the corner. Get the dice game. The side dice games. The most degenerate of all gambling. We need dice and a ball. And that's it. Don't piss, dude. Don't piss and throw your dice out of the ball. Oh, shit. Do you think Guilty will be out by then? Or is it going to be like Sam Show where they release it barely in time, like a month before EVO, and it just gets in automatically? Also, what do you think the chances of Sam Show getting in as a main game are? Because we've seen it before where a game's in there one year and not the next. So all this training I'm going to be doing might be dumb and a waste of time, because when it comes January and they announce the games list and it's not on there, I will be very upset. But I wouldn't be surprised. But again, I really do like the game. I'm going to support it, and hopefully it makes the cut. Nice. Okay, now here's where, because of what happened so far, I definitely need to update my notes, because this has never happened before, where I'm this short on skill points. So I don't know what battles here are going to be optimal. I don't know the skill point data for enemies. I don't know the HP of enemies or the levels. Levels don't really matter. I know skeletons in general aren't that threatening, so I'll probably just take those if I get them. Same with the little blue floating snake things. Yeah, 398's not, that's not good. That's really, really low. That's the lowest I've ever had. So hopefully we can squeak by with just one battle. And I'll make a note to update these notes. Healed those frontline members. That was dumb. So I want them to eat dirt. Okay, so these guys have a lot more life than I gave them credit for, obviously. And I'm wasting Jizos, that's dumb as well. So, this is definitely something to go back and revisit, because this is just sloppy. Come on, come on. Shit. Oh man, we gotta fight another one. Going all in with explosion, because I don't need it. What the heck? Man, make a note. Don't fight the skeletons. Okay. Now we're in there. What's up, wonderful fish? Hello and welcome to this riveting Suikoden 3 speedrun. Not sure if I should keep that that notification active or not. I don't know if people like being called out or not. I like to think people like to be recognized, but maybe they don't. I don't know. Tried to route this many years ago, but never finished. No one blames you for that. No one blames you for that. It is long. It's very, very, very long. And it took a long time to do. What's up, Siglance? It was fun, though. Some of it was fun. Optimizing all the dialogue choices was not fun, but it had to be done. Oh, okay. So, yeah, you're the guy LCC was talking about. Nice, dude. Yeah, that was before my time here, before I was here. So I never got a chance to see it. Out of curiosity, though, what did you come up with? I mean, you didn't finish, but did you get to where you wanted to pick one flame champion over the other? Now refer to you as legendary Suikoden 3 speedrun router, one wonderful fish. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Long Chan Chan. Definitely legendary. Alright, finally done with the snooze fest. That is Geddoe Chapter 2. Where everything went wrong because we had to fight more battles than we wanted to. Because I had the lowest skill point total I've ever had for Joker coming out of Friends. So things are off to a great start here. And there's still 10 hours to go. So far, these first two chapters are average. 55 is an average, chapter 1. 130 is an average for after chapter 2. They're not good times by any means, but they're not bad either. I mean, by now, they're bad by my standards, but it's fine. Because it's Suikoden 3, anything can happen. Actually, the end of that chapter 2 would have been much better if we didn't have to fight those extra battles. That actually would have been a pretty solid time. Because basically that's a 131. And I think Hugo was 129 after the first two. So, a couple minutes there. All due to those extra fights, of course. If you're going to be around next weekend, Wonderful Fish, that's when I'll be doing the 108 star run. If I was going to recommend to watch one run, that would be the one. Because you actually do stuff instead of just mash dialogue and walk. Well, you're still mashing dialogue and walking, but you're actually recruiting characters, and probably more entertaining for people who are watching. My opinion, anyway. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know about regularly, but I'll highlight anything that's important so people can go back and check the tape. Any Suikoden runners, regardless of the game, or routers, all welcome here. And so is everyone else, really. Alright, so because of the fact that we came in here with a low amount of skill points, we had to forget Joker's other skills to get to the minimum. So we can get Fire Magic to A, which is an absolute necessity. We're also gonna raise up Geddoe's Lightning Magic while we're here. B+ is fine. And we're good to go. The reason you want A is because he needs to outspeed the Zexen soldiers in the upcoming fights. And he can only do that if he's at A with the wizard hat on. Isla, we're going to upgrade Earth for much later. Jacques' a good character. Here's my question though. Is this Jacques' authentic personality, or does he have a very like Andy Kaufman type sense of humor where he's just fucking with people? Like when he's like, "Oh, I was sleeping outside in a tree." What? Everyone's favorite forest, Zexen Forest, where everyone dies. Not this time though, because we're not in Chris's chapters. Geddoe once again showing his age, unable to run away from a tree. worst run you can fail while going through here with Geddoe's team is definitely the Do-Re-Mi elves. Because if they use their unite attack, where they all combine to do their little song and dance number, it just takes forever. So you don't want to see that. And this is also kind of slow. And so is this. Once again, failed runs in this game are going to be your biggest source of time loss. You could get 100 failed runs in a run, and they could all be versus that blue version of Peckles, where he casts lightning magic, but it's a 2-turn cast for him, so failing a run costs you literally half a second. And then the next run you do, you could fail 100 runs to Copper Suns, and watch them do their hit-all attacks and really slow attacks, or a group of 5 butterflies and watch them drop their pixie dust on you. And if you compare the 2 time losses, I mean, you'd probably have an hour difference. So, not all failed runs are equal, unfortunately. You just gotta hope that when you get them, they're from enemies that don't do much. Anyway, back here where we started the game, because that's what we do in Suikoden 3. We leave places and go back to them. Only a few things to do here, one of which is buying some wizard hats for Geddoe and Joker, since they raise your lightning and fire magic by 1 whole rank. And then we stay at the end to meet our mystery contact, and then we leave. Alright, time to leave. So, wonderful fish, when you're doing this, did you find any glitches, any sequence breaks, anything that allows you to skip anything? Because I haven't. Classic Suikoden, story-triggered events for progression. Not really stuff you can skip. I tried. I went to all sorts of places when I wasn't supposed to go there, and the game, it definitely stops you. It knows, man. It knows what you're trying to do. Skipping the end, skipping Chris's chapters in general. Can we just do that? Very frustrating. That war battle in chapter 2, man. I'm gonna need a better time than what happened last run, where everything just backfired and blew up in my face. Yeah, I'm sure there's just stuff that hasn't been found yet, because I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm strictly an amateur. Alright, hug the wall here so you don't, make sure you don't fall down the dirt. Yeah, that's really when her story begins to pick up, when she changes her outfit. And that's actually when the speedrun starts to pick up. Although not really till the end of her chapter. Basically, it takes 7.5 hours before this run really starts to get going. Now we can fall down the dirt. And now, let's see. Will I get a good duel with Duke today? What has Duke got for me today? Is he going to defend 800 times in a row? Price is Right. The thinking music. I always thought the Great Hollow theme sounded like elevator music to me. If I ever hear that track when I'm in an elevator somewhere, I'm not going to be surprised. Maybe I'll make a elevator music playlist. Send it to all manufacturers of elevators, saying this is what you need, guys. Fine then, I guess I have no choice. Come at me. Once again, this is the only duel in the entire game that you have to win. The other ones you can lose or draw. Here we go. What the fuck? Did I just fucked up already? Great. Nice notes. See, you can see how hard Duke hits, and he gets into berserk mode later, and he can really start wiping the floor with you. Damn it, you don't do this again. Shit. Oh, dude, this guy. No. This isn't gonna kill. Bastard. That's the ultimate disgrace. He's got one tick of life left, and you can't even take him out. I think you got the right one. I've had him. I'm gonna go back and watch that again. It's probably because it's the, when there's no priority on the first turn, where he, I guess, strikes first. That's probably what it was, unless I did pick the wrong answer. I'm not sure. Oh. Let me write a note right here. 1 hour, 50 minutes in. Go back, check the tape. Well, that was okay. It wasn't as bad as last time where he defended 80 times in a row. I'll take it. Anyway, Siglance, how's your weekend going? I notice you're on that Pokemon grind. Although I don't know, I'm not familiar with that game, so I'm not sure if it's a grind or if that's the actual story or what. Or if you're just trying to collect them all, man. Oh, you're playing through the series. So what's next? I always miss the what's next poll. What's up next for you? Zelda. Which one? Or another series playthrough? Dang, dude. SRD just championing Card Stories New Game Plus. You're going to pigeonhole yourself, SRD. Now, when Suikoden happens, or when it ever happens, that's you, dude. That's all you. So I got a question. How are you guys capturing that Card Stories? And keep in mind, I don't know anything about computers. I mean, it took me a month of research to figure out this capture setup. Oh, okay. English translation. Nice. Dude. You just can't run away from trees. It's impossible. Yeah, even worse. And a really old tree who has bad eyesight. We can't run. Ah. This forest really is the worst. Nobody likes it. It's not even good design. It's not even fun to run through. Yeah, I did see that when I was, like, I caught just the very end of that, right before he stopped, and I saw him. I did see that. Oh, we got Peckles and his brother, and then he got the encounter like literally one step before the exit. That's rough, man. There's again. That's true, SRD. Maybe those glasses do really help him out with tracking me down. Definitely some interesting monster designs, that's for sure. Anyway, going back to capturing this. This was not easy. So I looked at how to capture. First of all, I did all this routing and all this work and all this before doing anything online at all. And like I said, I finished last year, and then I realized I don't know how to stream. And so I started looking on how to stream. Specifically how to stream from a PlayStation 3. And you don't... There's like this whole thing, I don't know if anyone's familiar with it, where you can't even stream from a PS3. It's got some... I don't know. I'm not even going to try and explain it because I'm going to sound like an idiot. But there's something where you need something called the HDMI splitter. And I've got my Elgato Capture HD. And then it come to find out that you need to hook that into another HDMI cord going into a HDMI splitter going into the capture device. Dude, it's crazy. Of course, I picked the worst possible console and version to run this on. And I can't even capture it without learning a bunch of shit that I still can't explain even if I tried to do it. And then my hard drive is like 500 gigabytes because it's 1 billion years old. And then I checked the size of the recording after the first run I did, and it's 100 gigabytes. Which I'm assuming means I'm doing something wrong, because that sounds like a really, really large file. So then I gotta, you know, I gotta delete the raw file before I do anything else, because I don't have enough room on my computer. I mean, I knew a 12-hour video would be large, but not that large. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it is correct, and I don't know. Bitrate times video duration. Well, that settles it. I'm turning my bitrate down to 1. By the time I'm done with it, this game will look like the original Legend of Zelda. Anyway, back to Suikoden 3. In the story, we finally get to figure out that Geddoe has been hiding his true lightning rune all along. And this scene right here actually unlocks it for you to be able to use in battle, which is good because we'll be using it almost right away. And the next 3 battles are going to be over in one move, which is why you raise Joker's skill magic for fire to A, so you can outspeed all these knights, because if you don't do that, they're going to go first, and they can really mess up your battle strategies. Also, for anyone who wasn't here at the beginning, Flame Champion's name is Zero. Let's go. Yeah, it's that easy. We're going to do that same thing again right now. Who are you guys? Defenders of Justice. That's right, Isla, you tell them. Do have to adjust the targets in the second battle because of the formation that they're in. Other than that, it's easy. One more. This time we're going to use True Lightning, though. and a bunch more scenes. Then we got to go to Flame Champion Hideaway and end this chapter. So far, this is going about average. Time is about average. But with Geddoe as the Flame Champion, we're going to gain some time in some places, though we might lose a bit of time in others. So we'll see how it turns out. Still got well over 9 hours to go. Oops. As always, if anyone has any questions, just ask. Or if you think you can stump me with Seinfeld trivia, give it your best shot. Because other than that, there's really not a whole lot going on here. Just hope not to fail any more runs on the way to the Flame Champion Hideaway and end Geddoe's chapters. If you like Kupoot Forest, you'll get to see it 10 more times this run. It's not over yet. This is the worst place to fail a run through. Watch out for Copper Suns. They are the worst. These guys are fine. They're not gonna do shit. These guys are not fine. They will do shit. Like this, right here. All right. We did it. Alright. So you make sure Geddoe has some decent armor on him. You gotta heal him all the way up, equip him with a few Jizos, and I guess a mega medicine for absolute emergencies. I might just go with 3 Jizos from now on, because even though it might slow you down in the fight with Luke after the Fire Dragon, if you get magic repelled with one of your lightning spells during that fight, it's not good. Right back. All right. Hugo Chapter 1, as I've said before, is has the ability to end a run because of the fights in VDZ that you'll fight, where you're outmatched clearly. If Wind to Sleep doesn't hit, it's not going to be a fun day for you. You really got 2 chances. So safety save is recommended if you're doing this for fun for the first time, or if you're not really familiar with it, or whatever the reason. One of the few suggested safety saves in this run. Of course, I have a no safety save rule, except for one time when the game may freeze up on you and there's nothing you can do about it. Also a pretty boring part of the run in general. I mean, I could repeat that sentence every 15 minutes if I wanted to, but even from a story perspective, not a whole lot going on here. We're going to be sent on an errand to go deliver a message. Jimba's going to ask you to deliver a pentacle, which we're not going to do. And then we're going to lie about it later and say that we did in fact do it. Because it's slow. I'm looking at my schedule right now. It looks like next Saturday is going to be the day for the 108 run. It's the best possible day for me. I'm actually looking forward to that. I'm not looking forward to this. But we have to do it. Because I said I would. Alright, finally get to leave the village. Go all the way to VDZ. And nothing's gonna happen on the way there. We'll make a few things, a brief pit stop in VDZ or Brass Castle to do a few things that are very important. Other than that, we're just gonna run from all battles. Not really worried about failing runs here. Fubar is just too strong. Whenever you have him, he's always a top tier fighter. Looks like my dog has finally run out of things to do already. Only 2.5 hours. That means she solved all her puzzle treats, got every last shred of dust out of them. She's evolving like Skynet. Every time, man. A little bit less. Which means she's gonna sit here and stare at me like a creepy weirdo for the next 9 hours or so. I took her to the dog park again last night. I took her for a walk this morning. And now, because I feel bad, I'll probably take her to the dog park tonight again. I thought about actually dropping her off at like a dog watcher's for the day whenever I do this, because it is kind of bullshit that I sit here for 12 hours and not pay attention to her at all, honestly. At least there she'd have something to do. And she's definitely not a lazy lap dog or a dog that likes to sit around and do nothing. She's very active. And she probably fucking hates me right now. So here we upgrade Wind Magic 1 level and upgrade Water Magic to the max, which is B. What that's going to do is manipulate the turn order in the upcoming battles to where I want it to be. We also got to stop here and remove Lulu's rune so we can sell it. And we're going to sell that to pay for our weapon sharpening that we're going to need to do. That isn't a necessity to manipulate the turn order, but Sergeant Joe is not guaranteed to have 2 Breath of Ice casts. It's going to depend on his starting magic stat as well. So if you don't get 2, what you have to do is cast Breath of Ice and then Wind of Sleep, which you want it in that order so you don't wake everyone up with Breath of Ice cast. And then the next turn, if you don't have that second cast, I mean, you gotta hope that everyone was put to sleep and you gotta take them out physically. So that's why you do that. Again, this run is going to be a little bit lighter on commentary than the last few were. One, because my head is killing me right now. And two, because I did 2 runs with commentary. The first one was pretty good, I think, although I kind of trail off at times, and you know, I really got to work on this monotone voice so I don't sound just so boring and droning. Second run was better. I kind of touched on some stuff that I didn't touch on the first time around. But I've done that, so I mean, if you're really into Suikoden 3 speedruns, you can just watch the other 2 tapes to get a good idea of what's going on. This one, I guess I'll be trying to talk about just other stuff in general, not necessarily related to this run. But again, if anyone has any questions, or you didn't see the first 2 runs, or you want to know why I'm doing something, just ask. Got a long way to go, a lot of time where there'll be nothing happening, so I'm more than happy to answer any questions. As always, appreciate anyone that's stopping by, whether you're just lurking, hanging out, or using this to put yourself to sleep, which is completely understandable. So we're going to change the formation there so each person has their own action they can take in the upcoming battles. You don't want to use the paired system this time around because it's not going to do you any good at all. So we're going to sell off all of Lulu's gear and the rune. That's going to give us enough money to sharpen our weapons while still having enough to stay at the inn 3 times. You can take the pinnacle that Jimba gives you and actually deliver it. And you can get, I think, up to 10 grand that way if you refuse twice and keep telling the guy that you need more money. But I mean, it's just really slow, and at the end of the day, you just don't need it. So while it seems like a no-brainer to do it in a speed run where you can get extra cash, which is hard to come by early on, I mean, it's something you can definitely do if you want, but it's just not necessary. And there's that movement again. I like to think that one of these days I'm just going to do that and it's not going to happen. But, I don't know, man. I don't know what it is about that screen. Specifically that screen, every time. Yeah, whatever. Oh, Seaglance over here. Have you ever had that happen on PS2? Because I've never seen it happen before. Only when I started doing PSN. Is the Melville side quest necessary? Nope. Never necessary. No matter what you're doing. It is necessary in a true 100% run, though. An SRD, if you want to do that, I support your decision to drive yourself insane. Free world record, true 100%. I really don't even know how long that would take you. 18 hours maybe? No, I said drive yourself insane. It's your own choice, man. Yeah, in theory, you're like, oh, it's not a big deal, right? Until you gotta get all the medals, all the books, all the recipes. Don't forget about those. What else? You gotta do all side quests like Melville's. You gotta do all the chapters, including Thomas's. You gotta loot all those rotting corpses. What else can we do to make it truly ridiculous? Oh, of course, dude. You have to load the Suiko 2 data with Suiko 1 data in that. Inception data load. Mandatory. Watch all the plays, of course. I actually don't know the answer to that, Seaglance. I like to think that they are. Streamlabs, great alert message there. Thank you for reminding us all about how we've chosen to live our lives here. But you know, as soon as I issue the statement, well, Hextall S is guaranteed from the Twin Snake chest in Geddoe Chapter 1 for the question mark statue. Then someone's gonna come along and be like, dude, Hextall S not guaranteed. I got a Hextall. And then I'll be like, well, shit. I failed you all. I like to think it's guaranteed too, but I can't say with absolute certainty that it is. All I know is that if you don't get it there, or you lose it to Billy when you challenge him on his card game, you are in for a world of hurt. Yeah, I mean, that's right. That is in the chest from Geddoe 1 after Twin Snake. You get the question mark statue. And I'm going to say every time that I've appraised it, I've got Hextall S. So I think it's guaranteed, but I can't tell you with 100% accuracy that it's guaranteed, because who knows, right? Yeah, all the plays, all the monster drops that are rare items like bath beads and stuff like that. Oh, you definitely save before Billy. You definitely, that's a non-negotiable safety save. Because if you lose, and you lose, I mentioned this earlier, but if you lose and you lose your statue, I mean, you're kind of fucked. Because the only way to get another S statue is to hope to get one as a prize from Kathy's horse racing game, or to go loot another treasure boss. I forget which one even. I mean, maybe it's the crab in Mount Hightower, or the Ghost Knight at North Cave. So, I don't know. The only thing I do know is we've officially pushed off 100% to SRD. So, it's his job now. Yeah, all that, all medals, all books, or medal sets, I guess. All books, all bath accessories. All recipes, of course. You know, I actually toyed around with the whole recipe thing, just for fun. And if you did do a 100% run, you might actually get some use out of it, because there is a few different food items that you can get that cause you berserk status. So that'd be cool. That would be really cool if you somehow implemented the food strats into a run. I mean, maybe that's what you would do probably, is grind out the crab rice bowl early so you can get Mame before the end of the first 9 chapters. So that way when you have to do Thomas's chapters, which I would defer until right before starting chapter 4, then you'd have Mame in your castle, and you can get food items for his chapters, which would actually be helpful. Especially the damage dealing ones. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm not going to do the category, so I'm not going to define it. We'll just call it Suikoden 3 SRD%. That's the title now. So you can drop a rare message in chat whenever you see SRD. Like, dude, when's Suikoden 3 SRD%? Well, anyway, we did the only sequence break of this game by staying at the end 3 nights in a row to skip going back and forth to the guild hall and seeing the same dumb message every time. Now we're back here. We're about to get ratted out by these two bozos, so we're going to make a run for it. But first we're going to fight some battles and hope we don't die. Dang, dude. SRD, and now I'm calling you out. We need you to rise up. We're all waiting. How long is the card storage run, by the way? All right, here we go. Come on. Come on, when to sleep. Come on. One is not good. Why didn't that other guy attack though? That's weird. Alright, we're doing it again. Yeah, did you see that? He ran up, they didn't do anything. The one guy did. Jesus, that guy just doesn't want to go down, does he? No, it's fine. We can do this. Or not. Or we could miss. And I can go. Oh, come on. Alright. Yeah, I'll take that. Auto. Miss. I'm surprised Lulu survived that, honestly. Concerning how bad that went. Two hours. 2.5 hours. I thought that'd be like a 30-minute thing or something. Okay, let's heal. Well, I guess it's better than 12 hours. Alright, come on. When to sleep again. Don't do what you just did, please. That's fine. Alright, we luck out with 2 Breath of Ice, so that's even more fine. I'll take it. Another important dialogue choice, number 2. It's going to skip this battle, which you will not win. Alright, well, that's pretty much it for Hugo 1. Hugo 2 is a snooze fest. Hugo 3, nothing really bad can happen. And then we get to Chris 1, where we can, once again, almost die. now we get to run through and hide in an oven. Guys, how much input is needed into a card stories run? I really do need to watch it, honestly. It's a couple hours. I'm wondering, can I do a Suikoden 3 run and a card stories run simultaneously? You have to keep mashing dialogue. Well, I can mash two games at once. Maybe that's what my next run will be. Suikoden dual runs. Card stories. One controller. Suikoden 3 in the other. Let's go. Going back home. Second break. Alright. This is when Hugo Chapter 1 ends. Thank goodness. Hugo Chapter 2. The most boring chapter in the game, where you fight no battles. And just read a bunch of dialogue. Make a few dialogue choices. And that's it. But we do get to listen to Duck Village, one of my favorites. We get to see Lily from Suikoden 2 all grown up. Higher or lower? That Downy fabric softener does not cost $9.99. I know that. Lower. And then you realize it's California prices. And you screwed yourself. I'll flip over that tab and it'll be like $10.13. Did you guys know that there is a Price is Right roadshow? I went to it, dude. It's nuts. It's a traveling version of Price is Right that they go to, different cities. And they bring the games with them. And it's not... Who is the host now? Is it still Drew Carey? Anyway, it's not Drew Carey. It's someone else. And they host the game, and you're in the audience, and you have a chance to come up and win prizes. They're not as good as the show prizes, but they're still prizes. And at the end of the show, you can go up and spin the big wheel if you want. It's pretty cool. It was fun just to do. Sad to say, I did not get called up when I was there. But they did bring out the Plinko board, my personal favorite. Oh, dude, the giant dice. Those are great. Wouldn't that be amazing if one of the Price is Right games was Chincharorin? That'd be awesome. Of course, it would be rigged against you, and you'd piss every time. Do you guys know there's I don't know what it is exactly. From what I gathered, because I don't speak Japanese, it's a restaurant in Kanazawa, Japan, called Chincharorin. And I was there, but I couldn't find it because there's no entry on Google Maps, but it does come up if you search for it. It's like, I don't care how long this is going to take, I'm going to find this place. Then I ran out of time. Now, Lily, despite not being from the grasslands or presumably having ever even been here before, knows where to find the super secret entrance to the ancient highway. Alright. So one of the only things we're actually going to do in this chapter is skip the battle with Uber. And you do that by, of course, choosing dialogue options that make no sense, that would indicate that you want to fight him. I wonder if they did that just to mess with you. I agree. Frontal assault. What does that mean? Run away, of course. Alright, we did it. So we skipped the battle with Uber, and now we're gonna skip the battles outside with the Zexen Knights. And then we're gonna go back and forth between the entrance and exit to Grey Hollow. And the chapter's over. So what things are most likely going to kill a run? That is an excellent question. Seaglance with the correct answer right off the bat. But basically, there's a handful of things that'll get you. Geddoe Chapter 1, right off the bat, something that's not going to kill your run, but is going to encourage you to reset immediately, is checking Joker's magic stat. If you don't check it when you start the game, I mean, you can roll the dice and get all the way through your first encounter in the mountain path and hope to get lucky and get 101, which is what you need for his level 4 magic spell, which is what you need to beat Twin Snake in a timely manner. So, really, the first 4 minutes you may be resetting a few times. Although it's pretty rare that I don't get a starting magic stat that I can take. Anyway, the first real run ender is the Twin Snake fight itself. Because if you go in and he hits you with one of his magic spells that doesn't kill you, what happens is when you're casting magic, you can get your chant stopped. And this is a perfect chapter to talk about all this shit, by the way, because nothing else is happening. Anyway, so if you get your chant stopped, then you can still win the fight, but it's going to be drawn out, and you may end up dying outright, depending on how unlucky you are. But the mechanics behind the sacrificial Jizo are that if you are casting a spell, let's say you have a Jizo on and you have 1 HP and you're casting a spell. Well, when you die, your Jizo is going to activate, right? And you're going to come back to life. And in that case, your chants do not get stopped. So it's ideal that you actually want to go into fights where you're casting with low health, with Jizos on, when it's a situation where you may get hit by the enemy that could wipe you out. Because magic attacks and physical attacks can cause you to stop your chant. And if that happens, then, I mean, a lot of battle strategies are based around you getting your spells off. So when stuff like that happens, it's really bad. So Twin Snake is the first one, although that's usually not a place where you would outright die. The next one would be the Franz battle. Again, things can go horribly wrong if your frontline party members, like if the enemy gets critical hits on your frontline members and wipes them out, and then they have access to attack your back row members, specifically Geddoe and Joker, who will be casting magic that is going to immediately end that fight in turn 2. That can go wrong. And if that happens, yeah, I mean, again, you might die, although that's not very common. The next thing that's not going to end your run but prolong it is what we saw earlier when I didn't have enough skill points after that battle and I had to fight a few extra battles in Mount Sinai. So I had enough skill points to bump Joker's fire magic to A. But none of that is really that serious. You're not going to see a whole lot of that. And even if you do get jerked around by enemy encounters, I mean, it's still recoverable. But as far as actual deaths, then you go into Hugo Chapter 1 and you get to those battles at VDZ, which is why anyone who's running this for first time, you should really safety save when you stay at the inn 3 nights in a row. You should drop a safety save on that final night. It's the last place you're going to be able to do it. It actually might be faster to trigger that last scene at the guild hall, leave town, save, because once you go back to the inn after that, it's going to trigger your next scene. You don't have a chance to save again after that. So if you really wanted to safety save, it may be better just to, after that last scene at the guild hall, before you go back to the inn, leave village and save at the save crystal outside of town. Because if you do die, you're going to have to watch that scene all over again. Whereas if you did it that way, you could just walk right back to the inn and trigger that scene. It's not that far of a walk. But anyway, when those battles start, you're underleveled and outmatched. And if you go in just straight up raw and fighting your way out, you're not going to win. You don't have any money. Your weapons are dull, which is why you sharpen them a bit by selling Lulu's Rune. But still, none of that matters because Wind of Sleep needs to click off at least a few of those soldiers. You can cast Wind of Sleep and it can hit none of the soldiers, and you'll probably survive one turn, but if you do it again on turn 2 and it misses again, then you're most likely toast. Unless the enemy is missing or you defend or you get critical hits. So you kind of got to make adjustments to that on the fly. But it is a point of concern. By the way, don't forget to get this hammer. We're going to need that later. And then the second battle, right after that, Sergeant Joe's not guaranteed to have 2 Breath of Ice casts, so which is why you manipulate the skill upgrade from Wind of Sleep only 1 level, so your battle turn goes Breath of Ice, Wind of Sleep, not the other way around, because you don't want to put him asleep and then wake him right up. And if you only have 1 Breath of Ice, then turn 2, you're really going to want those enemies asleep. And if you miss a couple of them on the first turn, you should do it again on the second turn, but that's going to be your last Wind of Sleep. So that is a case where unfortunately bad luck can end your run right away. Then Hugo 2 is free because you don't do anything. All you do is skip a few battles and choose some dialogue choices. That's where we're at right now. Hugo 3 is free because there's nothing that's really gonna be a disaster. The only thing that might happen is if you somehow forget to take Fubar with you because he's kicked out of your party. So we pick him up before we leave here. And then if you don't do that, then the battles with the Sexton soldiers you're going to fight are, I mean, it's not even that bad. You can use Wind of Sleep if you forgot as a backup. But those aren't really going to kill your run. Then you go into Chris 1 though. And Chris 1 and Chris 2 are really high source of aggravation. Now the chapter order that I'm doing right now is only because I'm too lazy to switch back and forth on the Trinity site screen. If you really wanted to limit the amount of total time spent possibly resetting or dying, you'd probably do something like G1, G2, Hugo 1, Chris 2, and then the rest, because the rest are not an issue. Unfortunately, Chris Chapter 1, nothing's really going to kill you there if you prepare accordingly. But if you don't buy your Jizos early, you're going to walk through Sexton Forest. And in her chapters, there's these enemies called spark beetles. Little green beetles, right? Look really harmless and non-threatening, right? Well, they're not. For some reason, developers decided to give him access to Soaring Bolt, which is an insanely strong spell. Not even just in a speedrun, but just casually. I mean, you could be running through there in a casual playthrough. You run into some Spark Beetles. You're like, nah, I don't want to fight these guys right now. So you try and run. You fail your run, and they cast Soaring Bolt, and then all of a sudden you're dead. So that really sucks. I buy my Gyzos early now to avoid that happening, but for some reason you don't want to buy your Gyzos early because it does lose you a minute. But the way I see it, I'll take the minute time loss to save 5.5 hours of my life. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, you're going to walk through Zexen Forest once. Hope to not eat lightning from Spark Beetles. And there's an encounter with 3 Spark Beetles. There's also an encounter with 2 Spark Beetles, 2 Dark Hares, who can also use Hit All Lightning Magic. So it's easy to just get shredded there. Which is why everyone always says they hate Zexen Forest. That's the reason why right there. Anyway, so that's the end of Chris Chapter 1. The beginning of Chris Chapter 2, you're going to walk right back through that forest again. This time, it's more ideal to buy your Gyzos because you're right there at the beginning of Chris's Chapter 2. But if you forgot for some reason or you didn't want to do it or whatever, all of a sudden you again have the chance to die. And then you got Chris's War Battle in Chapter 2, which if you're using my strategy, even if it doesn't go your way like it didn't go my way last run, it'd be hard pressed to get wiped out there because you do have the advantage. If things go your way, then it's a pretty easy war battle. And then you get the fights at Great Hollow after that. There's nothing really major there. Then you're going to go all the way to the end of the first 9 chapters, and then you're going to fight the Fire Dragon. Now, because you've done almost no preparation, you're kind of at a disadvantage, so you want to make sure you equip your Gyzos on all your players before you walk into that door to end their Chapter 3, just to be prepared, because it's not a free fight. But the strategy there is to use Geddoe's Light and Magic every turn and just do chip damage with Hugo and Chris. The one thing that could definitely go wrong there, though, is the Fire Dragon has the ability to repel your magic. And that's a huge disaster if that happens, because you're doing 1,000 a turn for basically 4 turns in a row, and the chip damage from Hugo and Chris will make up the other 1,000. But imagine he's doing hit all magic on you every turn, which is gonna activate a Gyzo every turn. So really, worst case scenario, in the 4th turn, you're dead for good. It doesn't matter if you maxed out your Gyzos or not. And if you get 1 spell reflected, you're probably going to be fine. But if you get 2 spells reflected, then you're in trouble. So that can end a run. And then you go into Chapter 4, which starts off easy, but you're quickly thrown into a second war battle at Brass Castle, where you are insanely overwhelmed, even casually. But even in a speedrun too, you're just overwhelmed because the enemy can act 7 times in a turn, and you don't have, what do you got, like 5 units? So and they completely overpower you with the number of units they have as well. So you just do the math, and you can just get overwhelmed completely. So despite your best efforts to maintain your position and keep them from pushing you all the way back to the last square and then just shredding you to death, if they want to, they can really mess up your positioning and take over and end that battle. They're stronger than you, they outnumber you, they get more actions per turn, and you're just sitting there defending, advancing, and retreating. Retreat and advance, retreat and advance. That's the war battle strategy for a speedrun. Don't bother attacking because you're not going to win. And it's slow as well. And then after that you get your castle, and then you got to go to the Sindar Ruins. Now the Seraphite, it really shouldn't be a problem. It's still annoying because what I do is I get little Vicky early and then I throw the pale gate on her and I roll the dice with open gate and hope that it combat stifles all her companions, and if that's the case then the battle's over in one move. And sometimes that works, but sometimes it doesn't. So you got an enemy left alive because open gate missed one target or something, or two, or three. And then you got to deal with Sarah's magic and healing and all that stuff. And there's backup strategies to do there, but so you're probably not gonna likely die with my route and my strats anyway, but it's not a free battle for sure. And this is what I'm talking about right now. We go back here to put Fubar back in our party because for some reason they kicked him out. Don't forget to do that. And then you get the Water Dragon, which again, with my strats, my route, Little Vicky, open gate, you hope for it to take out all the ice crystals because it can combat stifle all of them. And if that's the case, if that happens, then you're, it's like a walk in the park. But the thing about open gate and Little Vicky in general is when she's using pale gate magic, it can backfire completely. So the spell won't even go off. You'll just see like a yellow beam of light and she'll take damage from the backfire. And that's why doing this whole Little Vicky thing is just a huge gamble. Because it doesn't happen often, but it definitely can happen. So if you're in the Water Dragon fight and you go with open gate and it backfires on you, then you're in trouble. Because you're going to have to cast that again on turn 2 and hope for it to go off and then wipe out all the ice crystals. But for that first turn, the Water Dragon can use his hit all ice attack, and then you got 6 icicles chipping away at whoever they want to. And you ideally have split. You ideally have a bunch of Geizos on your team, but maybe you don't. And then all of a sudden someone dies, and then you're like, well, shit. And the Water Dragon is going to wipe you out. But after that, after the Water Dragon, there's not too much that can go wrong that's out of your control. If you're in Geddoe's subchapter and you don't select to save the townspeople, you're probably going to die right there. But that's your own fault. And then in the final war battle, again, that's not likely to kill you, but it can have a time variance of like 10 minutes. Because your goal there is to kill Uber's unit. And if he doesn't cooperate with you, then, forget it. You're going to be chasing him around the map for the entire battle. Other enemies are getting in your way. You might have to take out Sarah. If you don't take out Sarah and you kill more enemies, she's just going to summon more. And it can be a huge disaster. And then you got the ceremonial site battles. Uber is pretty easy. Sarah, the only thing that can go wrong with Sarah is if she, because obviously you do the Silent Lake strategy there. If she casts Breath of Ice, which can outspeed your Silent Lake, and then the Breath of Ice can stop your chant on the Silent Lake. If that happens, then you are just getting insanely unlucky. Because that's such a rare case where that's actually going to happen. But it can happen. So if that happens, you'll need to cast Silent Lake on turn 2. And then hope to make it through that battle. Because if she interrupts your casting of Silent Lake and the 2 Azadus units cast Thunderstorm, and then you got the Horror Beast with their hit all attacks, that damage can shred you pretty quickly. So that's the long-winded answer to your question. There's a handful of things. The sad part is, that's most of the stuff that's not in your control. So you could be on just an insane pace going into the final war battle. But if Uber doesn't want to cooperate with you, then, I mean, you know, it's over. Forget it. You might still win the battle, but you might have just lost 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes. That's just how it goes. But yeah, Sea Glints give you the Cliff Notes answer there. Saxon Forest. Make sure you go in prepared. Otherwise, you will regret it. Now, this is, in my opinion, the most boring part of the entire run. Because all we're going to do is go to the castle entrance, then go to the town entrance, then go to the castle entrance, then go to the town entrance, then go to the castle entrance, watch Caesar come in, leave, and immediately return to the same screen to trigger the story progression. And then we're going to do that some more until we finally leave. This is literally just reading dialogue for a half hour. There's my boy Caesar. Now, this is my favorite story trigger of the entire run. What do? Well, you leave the screen, and you come back. Very important. We're almost done. We have to watch the automatic battle for War Battle, which is great. think this is the only time in this entire game where you hear this track. I'm not sure though. All right, let's get the hell out of here. War battle where we do absolutely nothing. All auto battle, nothing you can do here. We did it. Now it's time to go through Yaza Plain, fight a few battles. These are all really easy, you just auto battle through them. And this is why you put Fubar back in your group, by the way. One down, 2 to go. They only get easier because of the levels up you get. It's another situation where you don't want anyone else to be alive except for Hugo and Fubar because you want them to hoard all the skill points. I don't know if I mentioned it this run, but in this game, skill points given by the enemies are split up at the end of the battle and given to people who are alive. Experience points do not work that way. They take enemies' level. I mean, this is for Suikoden in general. They take the enemy's level into account versus your level. The amount of experience is calculated that way, and it's divided between how many party members are in your party, whether they're alive or not. So if you fight a battle and you got a full party of 6, but 5 are dead, that last person is only going to get 1/6 of that experience regardless. But he will get all the skill points. So that's how that works. Anyway, back to Great Hollow. Trigger some more scenes. Now you gotta go chase down your money, because they screwed you. So we're gonna go here. Gonna run into these two guys who are here for some weird reason that I can't explain. Looking for the Flame Champion themselves. Then we're gonna skip another battle and run away. And Halleck are going to join, and then we're out of here. Quick trip to Brass Castle. And back to Great Hollow. Since we've been to Lake Castle, that triggers Hugo's ability to recruit people, which is why we got that hammer earlier upstairs while we were here previously. And we get Peggy now. Peggy is going to be your blacksmith. Very important part of your party, so you can sharpen your weapons much later. But while we're here, we're going to take on this other blacksmith and bump up Hugo's a bit. That'll be helpful for the coming battles and also for the fire dragon fight. And there's Apple. Another rookie mistake to make while you're doing this run is because it's not it only appears briefly in one text box where it says, let's go notify this lady before we leave. It's easy to forget to go here and talk to her, but if you don't, it's another Suikoden story trigger that's not going to let you progress. So we're finally on our way to get towards the end of this chapter. But not before we get into 800 encounters. Now you may be wondering, well, why didn't she just go through the ancient highway? It's a fair question. The difference between the ancient highway and going through the plains is I can let go every single encounter except the area boss, which is very rare to run into. Through these two screens. You can't do that going through the ancient highway, so if you fail even one run, it's actually slower. And there's Kathy. Definitely we'll be getting her as early as possible in a 108 run. Alright, on to Chisha Village. What? No fucking way. Oh shit. Dang, dude. Landis. Alright, we have a very important decision I gotta make. Do I turn this into a 108 run right now? I can't believe it. Fucking Landis. The god luck of getting him right now. Shit. Oh, this never happens. I really gotta think about this for a minute. Oh, fuck. Yeah, SRD, that's what I'm thinking about right now. And I don't have my 108 notes in front of me. I gotta really think about this. One Wonderful Fish. Landis is not bad. It's insane. It's insane to get him right there. I really do have to think about this for a minute. Sorry, I got a lot to think about at the minute. At the moment. Alright, I'm gonna see what my time is at the end of... I guess at the end of... At the end of Chris Chapter 1. Then I'll see if it's going to be worth it or not. Because after that, I would have to make some decisions that I would normally make in a 108 run. And then I'd have to figure out all the backtracking for stuff that I would have already done. If it's on a good enough pace, I'll switch. If not, we'll keep going. That'll never happen again, though. I guarantee you that. No, SRD, I gotta wait till the end of Chris 1. Alright, duel with Uber. Let's go. Dang, we died. Because SRD, there's a lot I would have already done. So, depending on what the time looks like after Chris 1, I can kind of gauge whether I should switch over or not. Yeah. We'll wait until then. maybe the 0 file name is the key to unlocking Lannis early. Wouldn't that be the greatest thing? So we did get lucky and get the Chief's hat here, which I've never seen it here this early before. I always check the rare finds. Chief's hat it's not necessary, it's just kind of a bonus. Means you don't have to steal it off of Dupa later. If this were a Hugo run, I'd equip it to Hugo. Oops. Anyways, upcoming duel with Sasarai. Let's hope this goes better than it has the last 2 times I've done this. Alright. This guy can be a real pain, much like Duke, where he can defend 800 times in a row. You don't have to win this duel, but you can't lose it either. It can end in a draw, and this duel ends after 10 rounds no matter what. This is the only battle theme in this entire game that I like, actually. Nice. Not nice. All right, come on. There you go. That's a good duel. No 800 defends in a row. Coming towards the end of this chapter, I'm just going to fill my party up. Again, just paranoid about dying to a bunch of failed runs in the Flame Champ Hideaway. But it'll probably be fine, we'll see. Yeah, man, the insane luck. Which makes me say, should I switch to 108 or not? But I said, I'll wait till the end of Chris 1 to make a decision, depending on what the time is. Because there's literally minutes of stuff that I would have done already. Yeah, I do more shopping to get all the items I need. I get Kathy, I get Kenji, I get, I mean, I would have gotten Wan Fu and Emily right now. But I didn't want to do that because I'm not really sure. I'm not sure about my pace. That, and I'm already debating because I set this run up for a Geddoe as a flame champion, and that means there's other stuff I would have done already. I don't want to do a Landis, I mean a Geddoe 108 run. That's not what I. There's also some other prep work to think about there. Anyway, Chris 1, I'll make a decision. Because I really do have the 108 run like really, really streamlined, and where you got to do things in a certain order. So this is, you know, I should probably just redo the entire thing in case this happens ever again. Make it more friendly to just switch over. Something to think about. But that never happens, man. You never get Landis in Hugo 3. Although watch me take an hour to get him in my next run. Then I'll just be eating crow the entire time. Got to split, of course. Too much to think about. Well, let's not get all excited anyway. You can still die or just have a terrible Chapter 2 war battle here. Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, in the interest of not losing this run to spark beetles, I'm gonna walk all the way back here instead of just going into Chris's house, which is what you're supposed to do. I'm gonna come all the way back here, the guild hall and the shop, and I'm gonna buy 1 billion Jizos. Because I got the money to do so, and I love frivolously wasting money. I mean, if you were walking around with 200 G's in your pocket, wouldn't you do the same thing? So this walk through Zexen Forest is not the one you need to worry about. It's the one on the way back to VDZ at the end of the chapter. Otherwise, this chapter is pretty boring. Chris's chapters are arguably the most boring. A lot of backtracking. Not a whole lot going on. And again, if anyone has any questions, just ask. In the meantime, I'll be kind of analyzing the situation, figure out how much time I would have already spent, how I'm going to make that up, and whether it's going to be costly to do so or not. We'll see. I just realized you called him Exercise Man. It's our boy Kenji. Sorry, I'm chewing on my dragon gummies I have here. The only thing we do there is to sharpen Chris's weapon to max. That's going to help us in the upcoming war battle and all the upcoming battles as well. Yeah, this is a good one. Uh-oh, we've been double-crossed. Time to torch a village in retaliation. Pretty simple war battle here. Turn 1, you're going to retreat. That way you avoid any attacks from them on their first turn. They're going to advance. And then these guys are going to appear. Now we got to go through unit number 12. I always pick Roland because he's got 4 units in his battle, and I always regret it because he always does this dumb hit all attack, does 0 damage. Oh, come on. Oh well, at least it did something this time. And then you hope to win this battle. again. Dumb. Wow, this is embarrassing. Oh my god. Well, that's terrible. So what that means is I have to attack these guys with another group, which means I'm gonna have to retreat twice in the second turn instead of once. That's why you don't use Roland. Right there. Goodness. You can move your other 2 units east, and then they're going to attack me twice now. The next turn I'll retreat with both units, and then I'll move 1 unit to that last square and the battle will end. But that's really dumb. This is just a dumb way to lose time because you didn't kill off that first enemy unit in 1 try. That's actually a really good question. I don't know if it ever says it in the game. I think you just led to assume that's what happened, but you know, it's definitely obvious what happens with Zeppon in Luke's chapter, but I don't know. Once again, only a true lore master of Suikoden can tell us the answer to that question. SRD died of boredom. Or maybe he's routing Suikoden 3 SRD %. If so, he'll be busy for the next 3 years. I love Chris's lack of urgency here, where she just trots up to the side of this village. Just a nice, slow trot. See, I agree with you. In fact, I agree with you so much that... See ya, Lulu. That I tried to reverse my direction in Armor Plains instead of going here. Unfortunately, you're doomed to fail. I think it's Lewis. Lewis is always the one to thwart your plans to sequence break. You try to leave west and he's like, nope. Let's go the other way. I can't leave yet, though. Gotta fight a few battles here. Pretty standard Breath of Ice and attack. Alright, one down, one to go. Yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, when you're doing Luke's chapter, the Cryans are here as well, and you have to fight them with his group. And the Saxon Knights. So... I don't know. I don't know what they're doing right now. Now see that hut right there that's not on fire? Well, now all of a sudden it's on fire. What a bozo. I swear I didn't just slaughter all those innocent people. Alright, Boris, whatever you say. Alright. Now we get to go through Saxon Forest, looking out for spark beetles, and then this chapter will be over. Well, here we go. This is what you're afraid of. All right.
See you, Fred. Oh. It's gonna be like this, huh? Well, at least they're not... No, I'm not even gonna say it. So that's pretty much it for this chapter. Let's check the time. This is another place, well, the only place where the text auto scrolls after that dialog box. Right now, you got about a minute and a half. Chris is pissed. Alright, now we can finally end this chapter. Well, we're behind average, which isn't good. Not for any percent, because who cares, but switching to 108, I'm not sure if that good luck in getting Lannis is going to override all the other shit I'm going to need to do. So we'll see how the war battle goes. I'll make a final decision, maybe. Second walk through Saxon Forest where you can get spark beetles. The ideal place to buy your Jazzos would have been at the beginning of this chapter when you're right in front of the guild hall. Oh, goodness. That's a bad one to fail right there. First real war battle coming up right now, and it's a doozy. I think someone else is going to have to take over. Need a do a screen share with my computer, and someone else can hopefully mash text for me. Alright, so the first time I did this war battle with Hugo as Flame Champion, it went really well. Then I did it with Chris last week, and it sucked. So we'll see what happens this time. So what we're going to do is move Chris up, Leo down, and Roland up. The thing you got to be careful about here is if Chris dies, then you lose. So you really want to make sure that she's protected, which is why I move her along with Roland. Earlier, I forgot to mention in Zexen Forest, if you run into a battle with a few dark hairs, you can take it. That's going to boost your level up a bit and make this and the following sequence a little easier. It also makes me more likely to use her in this war battle because I'm not going to worry as much about her dying. Anyway. What we're going to do is try to draw the enemy in close to me and then surround them when my support units appear in a few turns here. Now what you don't want to see is your knights just die the first battle in. And you also don't want to see that, because that sucks. Roland's attack, the worst ever. You'd rather... Come on, guys. Alright, good. Took him out. We'll be counter-attacking because we're not going to retreat in this battle. We want to hold our position here. What you don't want to see is the enemy retreat in this battle. So that just really messes everything up. Okay, so we got the leader. That's really good. 2 first try kills on the enemy units. That's really good. Here, you would either end the turn or you would advance an attack on any enemies that you can reach immediately. It is a bit of a gamble to do this, especially against Dupa's group, which is really strong. But you want to just continue to chip away damage at them, so they're easier to kill later on. But again, with Dupa's group, it's a gamble, because he does have the heal ability and he may heal himself. So you really don't want to see any fighters, well, you don't want to see that either, where your party dies. But you don't want to see any of their fighters left alive. And I'm kind of regretting making this move right here. My team is getting smoked very badly. Jesus. Okay, so Dupa's going to retreat. That's... I don't know why Leo attacked the other guy. He could have attacked Dupa right there and maybe finished him off. That's Alright, I definitely regret attacking with Leo. And because Leo took so much damage, I'm moving Chris down. Because you really got to hold your position. You can't let him take over that spot. They're going to move down, not do anything. Now, this is good. This ended up good. What you really want is for this to happen, because now your support units come in, and they come in at a spot where they can get behind the enemy. So now the enemy is stuck. They can't do anything unless they take out one of my units. And we're going to get cover support from sides that are adjacent to my units, and that's going to increase the damage dealt when you're attacking. So this is going a lot better than it did last time. But we're still not out of the woods yet, because they can still retreat to their other spot that they're still on. And they can still defend or counterattack and take out my guys. So, especially when Shiva just attacked my leader right there. I really don't want him to take out the leader, because if he takes out the leader, that group is dust, and then they have another place to retreat to. Jeez. Come on. Alright, good. That's really good. We took out Shiva's unit. Although it wounded those guys up there a lot. So I moved Boris behind, because he's arguably the best unit you have. You want him as the last line of defense. Now we're going to attack. They're going to intercept Lucia. Lucia is a strong unit. She moves fast. She can dodge a lot, and she multi-hits. So she's tough to take out. Nice guard. And we're getting smoked right now. Well, that's not great. So let's see what Beecham's got for me. Sweet. Nice work, Percival. Now, because they got 2 weakened units on this area, I'm confident in using Chris and not worrying about her getting wounded here. We're also lucky that... Well, that's a nice shot right there. We're also lucky that Dupa didn't heal. Okay. And that's it. That's a really good war battle right there. That's how you want it to go every time. Evasion ring for major victory where none of us died. Just a small bonus there. So right now we got 3 battles against groups of lizards. And what we want to do is make sure there's a Jaizo on everyone that they can survive. Because you do want them to level up this battle, because it's just going to make the next battle easier. And having your units alive obviously means they can deal more damage and take out these units, which they're pretty tough. The Lizard's got a lot of life, and they hit hard, so you want to take them out. Percival has 2 Breath of Ice attacks. We're going to use one in the first one where we're at a disadvantage, and we're going to save the second one for the fight with Shiva, where we're going to need it more. There you go. Your team is always nice enough to move out of the way of this one. Finish him off here. Hopefully. That'll work. I'm gonna re-heal and make sure everyone's still got at least one Jaizo on. Boris dies easily here, but that's fine. Same strategy really, except for no Breath of Ice this time. I use the Phoenix Rune because I really want to take these guys out in one shot if I can. Because again, the faster you take them out, you know, then they're not going to be there to take more damage or damage you. Work. Again, heal and re-equip Jaizos. Oh, yeah, we're good. It's kind of hard to pay attention to that battle with all the stuff going on. Sometimes you get a weird camera angle. You're not sure if you guys took a Jaizo or not. Anyway, here's the third battle with Shiva. We're going to use the other Breath of Ice that we had with Percival. And as much as I want to take out Shiva right now because he's a hard hitter, you don't want to do that because he gets berserk when he takes a certain amount of damage, and then he can really start shredding you. So I still go with the other lizards first because I don't want to take damage from them. I just want to get them out of the way. So far, so good. Alright. Looks like like that. It's fine. We're just gonna clean them up. Nice hit right there. And there you go. Unfortunately, Chapter 2 is not over yet. So I gotta go through his X and Force one more time. Then change our clothes, meet Nash, leave. And things get a little less boring from here on out. After that, anyway. There's an optional duel you can do there with Lucia, but that's only if you do Chris's Chapter 1 before Hugo 2, I think. Another reason we do Chris last. Skip that, save a few seconds. The duel's optional, you know, so... It's not one of those times in the game where it doesn't really tell you what to do. You gotta go find Salome, and he's hiding in the corner down here. A little weird. Whatever. Where you realize you're kind of getting played by the council, so you got a bone to pick with them. So we're going to go back through Saxon Forest, at least half of the way before we pass out. I assume Chris passes out from boredom, which is what I'm about to do. Awesome. That was close. What's happening to me? I know what's happening, Chris. You're bored. This chair sucks. I'd rather stand and play. What does everyone think? Should I go full speedrunner sellout mode and get one of those fancy racing chairs? Get some corporate sponsorship up in here. I mean, if Red Bull is going to sponsor anyone, it should be me. Forget all these guys that are running 20-minute games. Red Bull, you want to sponsor someone, you go for the guy that goes for 12 hours straight. Never racer. This chair, man, it's one of these like contemporary new age chairs it doesn't take up a lot of space, which is nice. But I don't think it's meant to be sat in for more than 5 minutes at a time, to be honest with you. By the way, LCC, I forgot to ask earlier, you said you might end up at Evo. Have you ever been before? Kind of curious as to what it's like. I've never been there. Oh, okay. Yeah, me neither. Almost did. What year was that? Or were you gonna compete or just go? Oh, 2011. Street Fighter 4. Nice. That's crazy how people come from... I think there was one guy playing Tekken from Bahrain or something like that. I mean, if you're going to travel that far, you really got to be confident in your abilities. That's crazy. Either that or that's like, this is your one thing in life that you just love, which is cool. Everyone's favorite Nash. What's up, Nash? Seems like a crowded mess. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's really blown up the past few years, hasn't it? Like I said, I don't know. I've never been there, but it does seem to get bigger every year. Look at these amazing graphics. Alright, we got a few battles here. Featuring Nash from Suikoden. That's right. Breath of Ice, attack with Chris. You don't care if Chris takes damage. You'd rather have her at 1 HP by the time this is all said and done. That way we can lose the duel in one move. That's gonna weaken him until we can just pick them off one by one. Percival's gonna come in here. And we're gonna do the exact same thing. And after that, we gotta skip a battle with Shiva by choosing another dialogue choice. And then a duel with your dad. So again, you do not have to win this duel. You can win or lose, doesn't matter. Which is why you kind of want Chris to be at really low health by the time she gets here from taking damage from those first 2 battles. So you can just lose this in one move. It's the ideal way to do it here. Losing is also faster. Oh, come on. Jeez. Embrace death, that's right. Fun story. Some of my non-gaming friends came over, and I was just messing around with Sam Show, and they're like, "Hey, what's this, man?" They used to play fighting games just strictly for fun. They don't know anything about fighting games at all. I'm like, "Oh, this looks cool. Let's try and play a few matches." And so, when I play to win. I don't care who you are. So of course I just toasted them, and every time I would just tell them, "Hey, embrace death." And they countered with, "What the fuck is that supposed to mean?" And eventually they got pissed off and just quit. Of course. That's a sloppy menu right there. Should embrace death myself after that. Uh-oh. What do we got here? Ooh. Area boss. I don't see that every day. Finally getting to the end of this chapter. Still have to wait for Nash to creep into our room at night. Not before another long, obnoxious scene full of dialogue. And flashback. I always forget about this one. Flashback to what just happened. If only I had Red Bull as a sponsor. Then I could drink free Red Bull. Have a heart attack. Live on stream. I think you mentioned this last time, but you're right. Normally people start out with the, 2-hour games or even the 30-minute games. But I'm the idiot who went straight in for the 12-hour run. I do not like it. After this is over, maybe I'll do one run a year or something on the anniversary of Suikoden 3's release. Or I could just retire immediately. That sounds more fun. worst Star of Destiny join noise little sound effect there in the entire series. Jesus. Of course. All right. Finally, Duck Village. Again, great town theme. Gotta go tuck to the Duck Village Chief. And right back again. First of many walks through this forest. Now, the reason why we don't get Fred in Duck Village is because him and Rico are going to actually lower your average party level so that you can't release encounters through here. That's one thing. Two, it saves about 10 billion text boxes worth of dialogue if you tell them to go pound sand, because they're going to join immediately when you get the Chisha anyway. So you just do that to save time, and you also you also do it so you can just run through here freely. Another good town theme. Everyone's favorite punching bag. Franz. Alright, so what you want to do here is swap Yumi in for Ret, because Ret's useless and you're never going to use him ever again. Yumi is important because she has Earthquake, my favorite spell. Now you're going to want to attack Franz, because he does have access to lightning magic. And if he decides to cast something, you want to be able to stop his chant. And that's it. Easy. Go up here to trigger a scene where we ponder our thoughts. Alright. Back through Kuput Forest. Unfortunately, the let go little trick there by not getting crit only works your first time through here. But it's okay. It's better than nothing. It saves time anyway. Now we're back here. Again. We'll go check out our boy Caesar. Who is hanging out at the inn. And he's going to turn around, look at you and say, "Who the hell are you?" And then, after just getting here, we're going to turn around and go back through Kuput Forest once again. There we go again. slow. And poison. I remember when I was testing this, I think if you have poison, when you come in here, it sticks with you for the war battle. That's why I get rid of it there. Not that it matters, because you're not going to lose this battle. It's easy anyway, but whatever. Alright. Pretty much standard procedure here. Retreat, advance, retreat, advance, retreat, retreat, retreat. That's it. Sasari's here. Sasarai. I don't know. I give up. He can use lightning magic. If he does, it's fine. It's really hard to lose this battle anyway. They're gonna do nothing. Franz is gonna arrive again because he hasn't gotten his ass kicked enough. Then Caesar's gonna drop a bunch of shit on him. And they're gonna go away. And that's it. All right. Sergeant Joe. I don't know why he's walking when he can just teleport. We've all seen it. finally, we're going to walk through Kuput Forest once again. We're going to fight Uber on the way there. And after the, or, you know, from the Uber fight on, things get slightly less boring than they have been for the past 7 hours and 8 minutes. It's not exactly riveting, but it's also not a complete snooze fest either. So we'll see what happens. Alright, so here we are. It's important for your people to stay alive during this fight, because again, you want the skill points. Especially Fred. Fred, because he's going to go in and challenge Uber face to face and probably get lit up. On the ball. Only one real minor adjustment you have to do here. Rico and Yumi. Swap them. That's it. Let's go. I'm gonna attack. Use Earthquake. And Funeral Wind. Nash already getting lit up. Earthquake, my favorite. Come on. Alright, he's close. Goes into berserk mode when critical. So now especially you want him to start using lightning magic. Because otherwise he's going to do this. Did he just die? Oh no. Well, you know it's a slow fight when you're out of shreddings, and you don't want that to happen. I gave Fred 3 Geizos, but it wasn't enough. Oh, that sucks. Definitely want to remember to take off your Geizos, but of course my inventory is full. Because the next battle you fight is against Luke and his team, and you want to die as quickly as possible. Maybe my favorite town theme in the game right here. It's a good one. First things first though, I gotta stop at the magic tutor while we're here. Bump up Yumi's Earth. We're gonna need that way later, but this is the only time to really do it is right now. Yeah. And we know we're using Geddoe as a flame champion, so that means Chris is going to get true water. So while we're here doing stuff, might as well raise her water up. Got a story scene here we got to go through. And then another one. And then another one. And then another one. And this flashback as well. And then another one. And then we'll lose a battle. And then another one. And then we'll make it to the Flame Champion hideaway and we can move on with our lives. Nash about to put on the moves here. While also telling Chris that he's a spy for Harmonia. Again, not the way I would have done it, but whatever. Maybe I spoke too soon when I said the Ewer fight is where it picks up, because he's still got this giant slog of story scenes to just dredge through. Should probably just revise that opinion till things really start picking up at the Fire Dragon fight, because you still got to go to the Flame Champion hideaway, watch some scenes there, and then make your choice, and then listen to some more dialogue, and then finally you can start doing stuff without being interrupted every 30 seconds. First run with Hugo was okay. The second run with Chris, I'm like, what have I gotten myself into? This third run, I'm now regretting doing this entirely. Alright, come on, Yoon. Let's get this over with. I got stuff to do. Nah, just kidding. We still got 4 hours to go. Alright, let's lose a battle. Let's go. On guard. Thank you, Sarah. Kindness Rain, always an option for her there. You don't want to see it because it's just a complete waste of time. Now, let's see what Luke's going to do. Alright, well, Pale Gate, that's not what I wanted to see. This one's slow. True Wind Rune, that's faster. That's fine though, it wiped me out. I'm okay with that. Alright, they're out of here. And shortly, we'll be out of here. But first, we have to go once again and ponder our thoughts. Come on, give me the map so I can get out of here. Alright, now we can finally go to the Flame Champion Hideaway in these first 9 chapters, and hopefully our luck will turn around. I really only need 3 splits. Chapters 1 through 9, that should be the first split. End of chapter 4, which is right after the water dragon, that's the second split. And really the wind dragon, and then, oh yeah, the ending too. Because I do time the ending. Because this is some serious try-hard shit right here. Every second counts. Which is why I spend time to name my Flame Champion and my castle. We gotta make it there first. This is one of the worst places in the game to fail runs. They both take forever and they can kill you. Oh, like this one. Oh, nice jinx. Sigh of relief. All right. It's fine. This isn't bad, it's just slow, because they're all gonna move up and expand. Okay. Sure, why not? Alright, good. Never forget to heal or equip Jizo with a medicine and flame amulet. That's going to significantly reduce the damage the flame dragon's going to do. A Jizo is going to allow her to come back to life once, and the medicine is for emergencies if you get your lightning magic reflected from the fire dragon. So we finally made it, even though I'm exhausted. First 9 chapters should be done here any second. Yikes. What the hell happened, man? Well, for reference, the Hugo run, which is the current world record that I did a few weeks ago, I think my split there was 7:36. So we're behind. It's not like anything went terribly wrong either. That's just Suikoden 3 for you. I mean, I have to go back and look, but I'm guessing too many failed runs. Too many bad quality failed runs. But it's fine, because you never know when you're going to make up that time later. Anyway, so here we are, Flame Champion Hideaway after the first 9. We got to choose our Flame Champion. I did Hugo a few weeks ago. I did Chris last week. Now it's Geddoe's turn. That's why we named the file name Zero, because Zero's original route for this game, he went with Geddoe as Flame Champion as his pick. So, shout out to Zero wherever he is. Probably sleeping. Like I wish I was. But we're going to grind out this run, and then I'm going to immediately pass out. What? Have you been here this whole time? Nice sloth. Shit. Well, this run is this one's for you, man. Zero, the Flame Champion. We'll see how it turns out. Actually, I might, since you skipped the first 7.5 hours of my run, I might screw you over and not take the Flame Champion name in Chapter 4. I might say, no, I'm going to keep Geddoe as my name. Fuck you. The ultimate disgrace. Yeah, that's right. You should wear an eye patch when you're streaming now. Because now it's official. Press 1 in chat now if you want to see Zero wear an eye patch from now on when he streams. The eye patch store. You mean Amazon? Well, no one objected, and the ones have it. You gotta do it now. Zero, is it true that you used to play Marvel vs. Capcom competitively? SRD was in here earlier. We were talking about going to EVO, and he brought that up. Alright. Serious choice. Let's not mess this up. Alright, we did it. Really? I did not know that. Who was your team? Magneto, Spencer, and Doom, huh? Dang, dude, there's tape? Oh, fuck yeah, I'm checking the tape out on that. Do you wear an eye patch when you're playing fighting games competitively too, or just when you're speedrunning? I can't wait to see those videos. Now here's the real question. Are you winning in those videos? Or are you just having maximum amount of integrity and putting up even the videos where you're getting torched? Fire dragon fight, let's go. Time to hope to get lucky. Your win videos have mysteriously vanished. Interesting. How convenient. Alright. As I mentioned earlier, Fire Dragon can reflect your magic, or repel your magic, however you want to call it. You know he's going to do that if there's this translucent white dome that pops up above his head. So, first turn, it's good to go. 1 for 4. Hugo and Chris are there for chip damage. This is one of his stronger attacks. Maybe the strongest. Again, attack. And Furious Blow. Two for 2. Good chip damage. Well, this is his other strong attack. Alright. That's fine. We're still in there. Come on. Alright, 3 for 3. Okay. What do you got? Dang, dude, he's going in on me today. Alright. Now, Soaring Bolt. If it hits, this should end it. Got him. Yeah, we did it. No reflex this time. Some of your best stuff is no longer there, or never was. Alright, now let me ask you this. The videos of you losing, do you lose your shit? Are you like the guy who's like cursing out the monitor or throwing your controller? Or do you just cover up your other eye in shame? Because we've all seen those videos of the guys like tipping their chairs over, you know? Alright, so Geddoe takes the True Fire Rune, which means Lightning Rune has to leave, and it's going to go to Hugo. Got the early True Rune swap. And now we're about to get dusted off by Luke and his team. You're a good sport. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah. Although I kind of wish there were videos of you losing your shit that we could all look at. How's the Suikoden 2 work going, by the way? I casually scrolled through the 800 messages I missed since the last time I logged into the Discord, so don't know exactly what you guys are working on at the moment. pretty close to finishing again. Nice. Good timing, because I don't got much content left. And, you know, I'm doing a 108 run next week, and then that's it. So you better get your ass back. I'm tired of picking up the slack for you, man. It's enough. That's actually a good fight. Instant death. Currently optimizing level up fights set up between Kindness, Early, and Luca. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Make your triumphant return to streaming so I could immediately retire. Much appreciated. You know what I should have done is asked each, actually that wouldn't have worked. I would have asked you what character you would have preferred, have that drawn up for the, for this run. But if I did ask you, Zero, what character would you have chosen for character art in place of Sarah? What would you have said? Because SRD hit me with generic Kuluk soldier female from Suikoden Tactics. Miyake's, yeah. Only the finest of Suikoden female character artwork here. Better watch out for Miyake's, though. She'll slit your throat, man. We've seen it. Zero, it's 2019. Anything goes. No one's gonna judge. No one's gonna judge anymore. If that's the case, you're a perfect match. Alright, Geddoe's attempt to rally the troops right here has failed miserably. Sorry, dude. Try again at Brass Castle. All right. Got your party all back together now. This war battle, which will end very quickly. What you do here is you basically go on guns blazing. You have 2 units that bite the dust, and then the war battle's over. Interesting that if Hugo is your flame champion, you can actually skip this battle. But in fact, it's slower to do so, because you only have to have 2 units die here. And if you skip the battle, you have to leave Chisha Village, go all the way through Kuput Forest, and then walk up slightly into Duck Village to trigger that scene, which will be triggered automatically after this battle is over. So if you do that perfectly with no encounters through Kuput Forest, which is unlikely, then it's about the same amount of time, but doing this ends up just being faster. It's weird that you can only skip it with Hugo, though. You have to do this here with Geddoe. Anyway, you want to attack the unit or the area that Uber's on, because he will always counterattack you first. And you don't want to send Lucia's unit in because she's good. She's fast, she can dodge, she can multi-hit, and she can actually win the battle. And you don't want that to happen. So you pick some bum like Beecham to go in there, and he'll just get shredded. Full defense. Miss. Alright, thank you. Now that's it. And you're gonna retreat to Duck Village. How's your weekend going, Zero? So far, anyway. Hope it's going good. Good to hear. What LCS? What's that? Oh, okay. That's cool. I can't believe you'd rather watch that than a Suikoden 3 speedrun. Come on now. This run deserves your undivided, insanely concentrated attention. Let's be real. Exactly. To be completely honest, the eyes have rolled in the back of my head more than once already. Rough night last night, so I'm paying for it today. Which really means I must really hate myself if I'm doing a Suikoden 3 run on top of that. Did you hear the official Suikoden 3 stats for how much we actually do in this run? Because I counted them up the other day, because I was curious. That's right, that's what brings us all together. Alright, let me finish this turn real quick. So this war battle, you want to hold your position, advance your units over here, Shiba and Dupa up at the middle there, these three down here. We're going to retreat and advance. Alright, I wrote it down because I was so impressed. We have 97 dialogue choices. We have 4 duels, 9 war battles, and a staggering 46 battles. We don't win all those, but we do participate in 46 battles in some way, shape, or form. And if you would have asked me how many battles are in a Suikoden 3 80% run, I would have said, I don't know, 15? So, 46. Averages out to 1 every 15 minutes, which still sounds like way too much than what we actually do. Is it really? God, maybe Suikoden 3 was the real champion all along. Yeah, that's what bumps it up, is all those, you know, generic 3 at a time soldier fights that you have. So once you retreat and advance and retreat, then the enemy is going to be at least one space away from you if everything went to plan, and then you can just retreat flat out until the battle is over, so you don't have to waste time actually retreating from a battle that was that you were engaged in. Now there's only one unit adjacent to me, so I'm gonna, instead of wasting my time moving each unit over to the left, they only get 3 actions per turn. I'm hoping maybe they don't use one, because if they do, I can just retreat anyway. But you do have to move 1 over, because otherwise you won't be able to retreat at all. And that's good enough. Including these 3 quick battles, which are going to be over immediately. Now that you got True Fire, Blazing Wall is just going to wipe them all out. Same exact thing here. This one you don't have to kill Sarah, you just have to kill her companions, and this should be good enough. But the thing is, she can actually cast Breath of Ice, so we do the other spells from Joker and Isla as a backup, just in case, because she can still outspeed you. And if she goes with Breath of Ice and it stops her chant, then it's kind of a disaster after that. It's not like you're going to lose or anything, but it's just a giant pain in the ass. But no problems this time. So that's pretty much easy right there. Classic Uber just comes in and runs away. Now you're here defeated, and what we're going to do next is do another war battle where you're completely outclassed and outnumbered, so it's actually pretty tough. You got to pay attention to what you're doing. But not before we watch some more scenes, of course. Now you're put back here again. Everyone has left your party, so you gotta go find them. Each flame champion, they're in a different spot. Hugo, you gotta go east, talk to Sergeant Joe on the bridge. Chris, you gotta go upstairs to her room. And Geddoe, you gotta go out west and chat with your group out by this tree. And this is where you find out kind of how old Geddoe is, because this is where he says he's at least 80 years old. Which explains why he's absolutely awful at running away from battles. One thing I will say about Geddoe as Flame Champion, he has the best dialogue, which we will see one example of shortly. When you recruit Gene, you gotta check out his second option. It's great. The real question right now is, will I give Zero the actual Flame Champion name, or will I screw him over and just say, just kidding? He got it. Congrats, Zero. You really are the Flame Champion. Now go buy an eye patch. Alright, here's the war battle I was talking about. That is a lot of enemy units. A few of them are going to go away, but most will still remain. What you're going to do is advance your units to the right as efficiently as you can. 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom, and then we'll use Geddoe's group as well. If you die with his group, though, the battle ends, so you got to be real careful when you're retreating. Again, all we're going to do is retreat. Now again, they've got you really outnumbered, so they pushed everyone back. Luckily, they did not advance on that square right there. That's where things can really start to go wrong, when they start taking advantage of your positioning and pushing you back, and there's really nothing you can do about it. So we get a little bit lucky there. Advance as much as you can, and your turn again, and just repeat the process. So we've held them off long enough, for the most part, to end. Now, sometimes you can do a little bit of strategic maneuvering like this, where you're going to hold them back, and they'll advance, and then you can just hold your position, retreat, and then the battle will end. Try and speed things up just a little bit. You really got to stay on point to make sure you're not... you still got enough turns left before they can really just collapse on you and take over the battle completely. And then if they push you back to the very end, you got nowhere to retreat to. You have no choice but to either defend or fight. And so if you're not counting your turns correctly, then you could really end up in a seriously dangerous situation. You always love to see him waste turns like that by moving backwards for really no reason. I don't know if the game's just giving you kind of a mercy situation here because they know you're outnumbered. Alright, that's it. So we made it out alive. It's another point of contention there. That's really out of your control. Now Zero, if you're still here, we know that you're the Flame Champion. But what's the name of your castle gonna be? Find out shortly. First, we gotta make a quick stop at Salome's room upstairs. Alright. Time to go get a castle. First, check out option 2 here. Show me your goods. Safety save, as I've mentioned before. This is a point where your game can lock up on you and there's nothing you can do about it. So, in the interest of not losing my sanity, we're going to drop a safety save right here. And I'm going to exit the map and drop my controller. I'm not going to look at it. Not going to touch it. Not going to think about it. Alright, we did it. Uh-oh. Area boss. That's not good. Alright, close call. Finally. Finally here. Boy Castle. There you go, Zero. Goat Boy Castle is yours. If anyone's familiar with Zero's stream, he's all about goats. Whether it's for a philanthropic reason or for some other weird, nefarious reason that I'm just not going to get into because it's weird. Zero's all about goats. Goat Boy Castle fits, so that's what we're going with. It's also a subtle mention to the Jim Brewer Goat Boy character from Saturday Night Live back in the day. Jim Brewer, who does the world's greatest Joe Pesci impression as well. So there you go, Zero, the Goat Boy Castle. We'll see that name pop up plenty of times. But first, we have to go here, which we couldn't go to XA on the way here with Geddoe because I didn't change his party. And if you go by himself, it's not going to let you grab Gordon. So we're going to grab Nash because he's going to be in our party soon anyway. And then now we're going to go to XA on the way to getting Little Vicky as well. Wait a second. No, I'm not waiting a second. Goat Boy Castle. That's it. Non-negotiable. Now we're gonna go down to Muto, leave a bunch of stuff. And I'm gonna get back down here, withdraw a few high quality medicines, and all my Jizos. And I'll take the Chief's hat too, put that on Nash, that's why we got him. That is it. So now we get to sell off everything. That's weird. This is the only place in the game where you can rapid mash like this. Every other store menu, it's always insanely slow. Not here though. Alright. Make a couple 100,000 and now we're off. Now we get to go through here and grab Watari and Gordon in the Pale Gate room. Boy Gordon, grab him as well. I get to equip all these Geizos, make sure I don't die to a failed run. It's actually a bit easier since I got Nash with me. That we got 4 screens of areas where we can get into battles, and you don't want to die. Lost one there, so we're just going to replace it and keep walking. Getting into a lot of encounters here. Again, I really wish that, I wish those people would get out of my way, but I wish that the path from Yaza Plain North directly to Amur Plains existed. I don't know why they took that away from you. Halfway there. A few more screens to go. Alright, we made it. Grab Vicky now. Have her take me back to the castle as well. Put her right in my party, come right back here, grab little Vicky, make a couple of the detours, and then we're off. You just hope she doesn't fail her teleport. That's just a waste of time. All right. Got another shit. Another little detour here to Duck Village. Let's change our party to what it's gonna need to be though. Kick Vicky out. She's not welcome here. So we got Geddoe, Nash, Fred, Lil Vicky, Fubar, and Dyla. Jean in support. Duck Village. Great theme. impossible room to navigate. Get the hammer, get the thunder rune. And while we're here, train up some magic. Luckily, little Vicky has enough skill points right off the bat to bump up Palegate to B+, Thunder to B+. She comes with a wizard hat and an open head slot. So she's really the perfect candidate to bring along if you want to waste the huge amount of time that I just did get her. So, I mean, that's really up for debate. Her prowess isn't up for debate, but the time it takes to get her, it definitely is. Good thing about Jean in support is she not only speeds up magic chanting, but she can also attach runes on the fly. Back to the castle. And immediately back to Great Hollow. So we can finally continue on with the story. Welcome back, SRD. No, we are not going to do 108. I was too far behind. And given the fact that I'm already far behind, and I would have had to go back and do all the stuff that I would have had to do in a 108 run that I would have already gotten out of the way, that would have just put me even more behind. And the fact that I'm doing a Geddoe Flame Champion run, which my notes are not for my 108 run. For all those reasons, we're just going to stick it out with Geddoe any percent. Will I probably regret this decision, given that Landis was just insanely generous today and jumping right in? Yeah, probably. Stay tuned next week for watching me run around Kuput Forest for an hour before I get Landis. So that was a judgment call. Whether it's the right call or not will remain to be seen, but I don't know. I was too far behind an average pace and too far behind with the wrong Flame Champion and too far behind with all the makeup work I would have to do. So, but you did miss the castle name, SRD. If you're just joining us, you just missed that one. Anyway, here we are at Sindar Ruins, the insanely large and complex dungeon, which is solved by taking a few right turns. I guess that's better than the alternative they did in Suikoden 5, where they made you go through that dungeon to get your castle 8 times. So I'm not going to complain. Instead of complaining, I'm just going to hang a right. And then I'm going to just follow the path to Sarah. SRD, we also needed you for a deep lore-related question earlier, but I don't think you were around. Alright. Battle with Sarah. In this case, when Geddoe is your flame champion, he should have access to... I guess I should have checked that. But he should have access to Hellfire, level 4 spell. Which will end the battle in one move, even though it's a long animation. So while normally you're worried about little Vicky casting Open Gate and having it backfire, you're still worried about that. But not nearly as much in this situation, because the backup is there and it's guaranteed. So we'll see what happens. Alright, we do have it. Hellfire on Sarah. Open Gate on Sarah. Sarah with the first turn heal, of course. Pale Gate goes off. Let's see if it hits. One, two, three, four. All right. That'll work. One turn Sarah, that's what you want. So Siglance was asking earlier, I didn't have the answer. Is it Luke's team that takes out the, what's his name? The captain of the Knights before Chris was the captain? Galahad, I think? I can't remember if it's ever actually implied that they're the ones who took him out as well, in addition to Zepon, or if it just... or if that happens earlier in the course of the story. Because I don't think it's ever mentioned specifically or implied. And I think it happens actually before the game starts. But I didn't know for sure. I don't think that was ever implied. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I wasn't 100% sure on that. SRD, your source for all Suikoden lore. Ah, okay. Dang, dude. Going deep into the manga. Alright, well anyway, we got a good Sarah fight. Now we just need a good Water Dragon fight. Same principle, we're gonna use Open Gate turn 1. Hope it goes off, hope it gets all the ice crystals. Alright, good. Make sure to heal and equip Jizos, because this can be a run-ending fight. Alright, the spell goes off. That's good. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's everything. Nice. So you know that the enemies are going to immediately die if the lance sticks in them. So there's 6 crystals. If you only saw 5 lances there, you know that it missed one. So count the lances. That'll tell you beforehand how many are going to fight the dust. Now the rest of this fight is free. Battlefield's going to go off, and we're going to just cast the rest of our magic till Water Dragon bites it. I'd rather have him do that than revive icicles. Alright. I should be about finished with this guy. Remember, Geddoe still has his lightning magic. Yeah, that's it right there. Solid fight. Solid Seraph fight. Solid Water Dragon fight. That's really all you can ask for. And the Flowing Rune that we definitely need later. Why bring Fubar? Good question. Fubar is one of my main sources of dealing damage in the final war battle fight, and also at the ceremonial site. He always finds his way into a party. Strong character, requires no prep to make him strong. I approve of Fubar all the time. But SRD, more importantly, the castle name is Goat Boy Castle, in reference to Zero's love of all things goat related. So hopefully Goat Boy Castle will live on forever in a Twitch highlight VOD. Should have been Miyaki's castle. Should I have used Miyaki's character art instead of Sarah? Alright, reset. Though Zero did say he'd be wearing an eye patch in his streams from now on, so we can all look forward to that. We'll compare times after this split and see if it really was a good idea or not to not switch over. Wrong, SRD. I claimed her before all of you. And if I have to duel you in Card Stories New Game Plus, then so be it. Let's go. I'm gonna one up you and change my 108 run to Miyake's percent. All right, come on, let's go. $9.23. That. All right, I'm officially saying I made the right call by not switching over. Alright, again, beginning of Chapter 5 detour, you gotta go to Lubuk to open up the runes to be bought at your own rune shop. You don't actually have to buy them now, you just have to scroll over them real quick, or just see that they're for sale. You gotta do it now because when you come here in Geddoe's subchapter, which will start momentarily, everyone is gone. trigger that scene. Go up, back up into your castle. And then we can start the sub-chapters. Jacques looking for Isla. Don't worry, she'll be along. Adjust my formation, and then we're out of here. The long walk, because Vicky can't teleport. Come on, man. 1,000 encounters. Let's get the hell out of here. So while we're here, finally get to raise up Eyeless Shield magic so Battlefield can go on the first turn, which now we want it to go on the first turn. Before we didn't. And double check to make sure everyone's at maximum, and then we're out of here. And in case it wasn't obvious, I'm definitely running out of energy. Where's that Red Bull sponsorship when you need it? Alright. Sorry, I had to close my eyes there. I'm on autopilot on this. Or alternate, one eye open, one eye closed. Twin Snake 2. Since Geddoe is your flame champion, normally I'd say don't heal. But in this case, I want to heal because I want everyone to survive this fight because I want them to get the levels. I think I was talking about something else, but I did equip them with all the spare equipment I had available at the time earlier. I'm going to use my Geizos here. Hope they survive so they get levels because they're going to need them in the next war battle, unfortunately. This is a Geddoe Flame Champion exclusive. This is not a good opener from him. Alright, good. No, shit. Isla gets off battlefield, that's really all I care about. Now, Hellfire, I'm going to choose to actually use Hellfire. Because one, it's going to do massive damage. And two, I know I've got a few Geizos to spare. So let's see how this goes. Long animation, that was worth it. That's huge damage. Wow, you get to see the very rare twin stake actually moving. This will be our lucky day. And he's done. Didn't even need Earthquake. And everyone's alive, so that's good. Take some choice armor for Fred, especially. Jesus. Get the hell out of here.
Man. No, not this guy again. All right, thank you.
Snack break. Professionalism at its finest right there. Chewing into the microphone like a pro. Anyway, we're back at Labouk, where we just were, only this time the town is deserted. So, no rune shop available, unfortunately. Just gotta watch a few scenes here and then we're out. Back to Mount Sinai. Because this is Suikoden 3, where we revisit places we've already been. This is probably my least favorite subchapter, just because it's so long. Not only is it long, but you don't really do anything. The dialogue choice at the end is arguably the most important dialogue choice in the entire game. Because if you mess it up, you're probably just gonna reset. Or your party will just get wiped out. So you do have to pay attention too, so that's another reason why it's annoying. Anyway, we're back at Mount Sinai once again. This is where all the townspeople are being held hostage. So we're coming in to save them. We're definitely gonna save them. We're definitely not gonna just let them be slaughtered. Just kidding. They're gonna die. Whew. It doesn't get any sloppier than that. So what I was doing there is just equipping, using all the equipment that I'm not going to use on Fred, which is why I was fumbling around there for 5 minutes, and equipping my party with extra defensive gear. Because again, this all comes down to the next war battle. And I'll discuss the war battle and why we did all that at that time, and give you really my final assessment on picking Geddoe as Flame Champion. Anyway, first we gotta make it to the end of this place, so we can fight a few battles and lose them as quickly as possible. Now you'd think that, well, why don't you just equip the equipment afterwards? Well, once you lose the second battle, it's an automated string and you're not going to have a chance to menu again. You could do it after the first battle, but it's just kind of on my mind right now just to not forget, so I did it now instead. What's also really important is to remove your Gyzos. Yeah, of course the bag is full. What else is new? Did it. You definitely got to remove the Gyzos before leaving that hallway. Otherwise, this is just going to prolong this next battle. Now, if anyone was watching the Chris run that I did last week, I forgot to do that. Luckily, I didn't have that many equipped. so it wasn't that bad of a mistake, but it still cost some serious time. So, rule of life, never make the same mistake twice. First mistake is excusable, the second one, it's on you. Geddoe gets his true rune taken from him. And Luke leaves you to fight a bunch of demons on the way out. And this is where you make the choice to save the townspeople, in which case you get Duke and his team, friends Hugo and Ruby as well. Or you could just let him be slaughtered mercilessly, which is what we're going to do. This is the type of guy Geddoe really is. one important thing. Don't forget to heal before you go back in that hallway. You got 1 HP. You got no Gyzos. You can still run into encounters here. I've had it happen in testing before where I'm running through here casually. Run into a single ghost armor. Fail that run. He does this hit all attack, and that's a game over for you. Run over, game over. Throw your controller over. It's tempting not to do it because your objective in this next battle is to lose as quick as possible, so why would you heal, right? Well, it's a gutsy move. Even if I was on an insane pace and wanted to solidify just an absolutely insane time, I don't think I would do it. Too much trauma from seeing it happen before. Anyway, so you just auto battle. That took way longer than it should have. You do have to choose that dialogue choice 4 times in a row. Solid reminder to always mash in this game with the triangle button, because that will scroll through text, but it will never make a dialogue choice for you. So especially here, you just, you can dual mash with X, triangle, or L1 as well. But this is not one of those times where it's worth it to speed up the dialogue boxes by fractions of a second. And that's it for Geddoe's subchapter. Now I get to go to one equally as boring, but much faster. Chris, where all we're going to do is walk through Kuput Forest. Dude, I can't wait for this run to be over, I'll be honest with you guys. Already did not feel good this morning. Oh, 10 hours in. Just end it. Please. Almost done. So previously I've brought Mua along with me, but I realized that was just dumb. I mean, the only reason I'm bringing someone with me anyway is just to completely negate any chance of dying to a bunch of failed runs in a row. But Mua is just not a good choice. Because he's too good. He's too strong. So I'm just gonna bring Lily. And honestly, I might not ever bring anyone ever again. I don't know. I hate the next boss battle so much, I just might change that strat completely and bring nobody. But then stuff like this happens and you're like, well, Maybe it's better just to bring someone. Anyway, back at Kupu Forest with Chris for the 8th time. And we gotta make it through here. Realized we were duped. It was all a farce. It was Sarah accompanying us all along. Never would have guessed. This is one of those battles where you just can't do anything right. You defend, they physically attack. You attack, they cast magic and you stop their chant. Just can't win. Watch this. Heal, of course. This damage is insultingly bad. Of course, heal turn 2. This is why I hate this fight. You don't even have to win, but I still hate it. Finally. It's still such a weak amount of damage, though. Again, anything I do in this fight is just wrong. Go, we did it. We died. You know what I'm gonna start doing? I'm gonna just bring Boris and Chris. Well, maybe, I don't know. I'll think about it. Just unequip them before this battles even gets started. Probably won't have the inventory space you want, but it's fine. Rune is getting jacked right now too. Spoiler alert, Hugo's next. With Hugo, all you gotta do is leave the castle and re-enter it. And then you can be on your way. You finally get your little antelope / zebra thing, whatever you want to call it. You finally get it back. I mean, not that he ever had it in the first place. You did have it in Hugo's intro, but that was it. But you finally get to use it for 2 whole screens. Alright, you do have to adjust your party here a bit. Fubar again for the skill points. Fred for the skill points. Rico for the skill points. And little Vicky because you need someone to take out these battles since Hugo only has a lightning rune. He's got no lightning skill and it's just a disaster. Well, I hope you enjoyed the antelope zebra thing. That's all we get. Now, normally I wouldn't have to adjust this formation at all if Hugo's the flame champion, because Hugo would have fire and that would just slice all these enemies up immediately. But we do, unfortunately. And we gotta roll the dice and rely on little Vicky to come through for us with open gate again. I'm also gonna free up some inventory space while we're here, because now it's important. We're gonna need it for buying the runes shortly. So let's go. Come on, little Vicky. Don't screw me over. You attack because that's the backup here. In case this doesn't work. It will outspeed your regular attacks, which is good. And in case they miss one, your guys will attack. So 1 out of 3 goes off. That's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got him. Alright, 1 out of 3. That's good. Off to a good start here. Same thing again. Okay, spell goes off. Yeah, all 5. All right, 2 out of 3. 1 more. Spell goes off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, dude. Perfect 3 for 3. Nice. That's what I like to see. Now Hugo loses his rune. Alright. After this scene here is when the war battle starts, and we'll talk about that for a moment. And hopefully we don't lose. I'm calling it now. I'm finishing this run, so we're gonna see. Not to be a complete coward about it, but I'm throwing another safety save here because this is a part where you can die, and I'm not doing this again. With all due respect, I am not doing this again. So we're gonna safety save just in case something goes wrong, which it very well could, which is why we did all the prep with the extra equipment and all that other stuff. I have no objection. Let's get the squad information first. I'm gonna do a quick switch, put Ann in instead of Beecham. That quicken may make the difference in whether you make it out of this battle alive or not. For your other two flame champions, I don't recommend it. It's nice to double check your formation. Just takes a few seconds, but it's not necessary. However, I will safety save right now. Go ahead and talk all the shit you want. I don't care. I never want to do this run ever again. Okay, so let's talk about my least favorite part of picking Geddoe as your flame champion. In this battle, the requirements for winning are to beat Uber's unit. The requirements for being defeated are if your flame champion dies. So, if Chris or Hugo are your flame champions, they are very much safe and sound on the left side of this map, and this battle is just completely free. You don't have to do shit. You just wait for Uber to come to you, which he will always do. Lightning strike turn 2, hold them off, retreat and advance, retreat and advance, retreat and advance until Sasarai comes in and then switches to your team. And then the following turn you do lightning with Jean again on Uber, and lightning on Uber with the guy whose name I'm just going to give up trying to pronounce. And the battle's over. And it's that simple. However, when Geddoe is your flame champion, it's an uphill battle the entire way, and there's a definite chance of death. The problem is, Geddoe comes in late to the battle, and he starts in that bottom right corner. He's just going to come up and be all angry. And he's basically at a huge disadvantage because the enemy's already had a few turns to move around. They can move down and just block him from leaving that area immediately. They can definitely do that before you even have the chance to get there. Now, I'm going to move down here to try and create a line of retreat for Geddoe when he arrives. The reason I didn't do it the previous turn is because in my experience, that kind of, that's exactly why right there. It kind of baits the enemy to go down towards you and block your path. So what that means is Geddoe is definitely trapped in a corner, and now you're going to have to attack with units that are underleveled and unprepared and hope to take out whatever enemy unit ends up on that spot. We'll find out what it is in a second here. See, he's a sitting duck right now, and this is why I equipped all the armor in his subchapter to try and beef him up, because your real life stats affect your war battle stats. Also, that's why I wanted everyone to be alive at the end of the Twin Snake fight, where normally I don't care if they're alive or dead, because I wanted everyone to get levels. It's specifically Geddoe, Queen, Ace, and Jock. Those are the 4 that are in your battle party here. So those are the 4 that you really care about. What really sucks is that if you abandon the townspeople, you don't have time to menu after that. So you think, well, why don't you just add some Geizos on? But you can't, because there's no chance to add Geizos. The chapter ends as soon as you retreat. Now, in most cases, it's not going to be a problem. I mean, you can move straight down here, but there's just no guarantee that the enemy's not going to get in your way. And there's no guarantee that the enemy's not going to be attacking Geddoe with 2 units on one turn, because it's happened to me before. And then if Geddoe dies, because he's got no Geizos and he's got to survive, then it's a game over, and your run is done. Now, the other alternative is just to spend a lot of time and effort getting Geddoe and his team up to par as far as sharpening their weapons, getting them better equipment, and stuff like that. But I mean, how much time are you wasting doing that? It's just a waste of time. And honestly, we're really lucky that Landis managed to join the group, because he's a big help in this, in getting that enemy off the board. So now I have to move here first, and then I can move 2 spaces with Geddoe over here. So we did it. We survived. But that's not always the case. It doesn't always end up that way. Especially if you don't do any prep work or you don't add equipment and he gets attacked by an enemy unit and he's got nowhere to retreat to, then you might just get a game over right there. There's no guarantees in this battle when Geddoe is your flame champion, and that's why I just don't think he's a good choice for the flame champion. No disrespect to Zero and his original route, but I just don't think it's an optimal choice. So is Geddoe the fastest? Maybe. But because of the extra prep work you have to do with him anyway, and because of this battle in particular, it's kind of an uphill battle. So pick him at your own peril, basically. I just don't, that's why I said before this battle, I will never do this run again. Never say never, but I have no plans to do more than one run of Geddoe as Flame Champion. Which is why I just safety saved like a coward before this battle, because I knew something could go wrong. Luckily it didn't, so we survived. But it wasn't without a time loss that wasn't necessary. So now this battle is free, just like it would have been from the beginning if we were using Chris or Hugo. And we're just going to retreat everyone. And the enemy is going to attack again. So again, the rest of the battle is just retreating until Sasarai switches sides. And the only thing that's gonna lose time here is if you get a bad quality of enemy attacking you. The Bullen soldiers are the best because they just walk up, slice you, and that's it. But if you get the chimeras, then they can really dance around and do their hit all attack or their poison attack or their flying Mighty Ducks flying V attack, whatever you want to call it. But the real important thing is that this battle is now over. It just took a lot more effort than it normally would. Now we can proceed to the last part of the game, which is a giant set of menus, the final war battle, and the ceremonial site battles. So he's going to join your group right now. Then we're going to do a giant set of menus that includes the item shop, the rune shop, the dojo, and the blacksmith. And it's going to take a while. I'm definitely taking my headphones off during that because I don't need to listen to anything. And I've been wearing these things for almost 11 hours, and it's time to take a break for sure. This is where Caesar also finds out that he is in fact inferior strategist compared to his brother. And then one of the most important dialogue choices in the game, do not select will leave right away. Definitely don't do that. So we're going to get the squad in formation, put everyone to reserve, and then we're going to set up each group. Because I'm reasonably confident that the support passive battles stack on each other, especially when you're all standing on the same unit or area, whatever you want to call it. So I've got my little Excel sheet here, duplicating this. I'll try and have it go smoothly. Vicky here is for the ultimate emergency situation, which you may need if everything just goes to complete shit. But your main attacking group is going to be Fred, Dupa, Fubar, and Shiba. And then your decoy unit, which you're going to be running from, or running with when you ever get attacked, is going to be Mua, Sergeant Joe, Bazba, and Lucia. Beecham as support. And that's all you gotta do. The rest are decoys. Definitely still do not hit that first dialogue choice, because now you do the menuing here that I deferred throughout the entire game. And I'm definitely giving my ears a rest, so probably won't be talking much because I'll be reading this set of notes here, so go take a break yourself if you need one. This is boring. Sharpen all these weapons, and go to the dojo. I wish this wasn't so slow. I mean, you wish you could just like select what level you wanted to raise it to, and then just make one mini selection. But no such luck. Blacksmith menu doesn't take that much oversight. You just get to the character you need and just mash X. Basically, you do Fred and Rico to max. You take Nash and Watari, depending on how much money you have. You know, I'll keep a close eye on it here in a few seconds. 13 is usually where I stop. And I got about 200,000 left, so yeah. Then you just use the rest on Dupa and Shiva. You want to get them that extra level of 14 where you get the big boost from when you're sharpening your weapon and you see the name change. That's where the biggest attack boost happens. And just spend the rest of your money here. And there you go. That's sharpening menu. But we're not done yet. We still gotta visit my boy Juan. First thing you want to do is forget the skills that aren't important, and then you can use all the skill points you have and upgrade the most important skills, which in this case, for this game, especially for the upcoming battles, including the war battle, but especially the Uber and Seraph fights, accuracy is by far the most important skill you can have. Never underestimate accuracy. Doesn't matter how much damage you can do, if you can't hit your target, doesn't mean anything. Definitely the most boring part of the game to watch, though. But after this ends, we do the war battle, which should be over in, I don't know, 10 minutes. And then the ceremonial site is 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, another 10 minutes. We'll see how it goes. Once again, it's Code 3. There are no guarantees here. So a quick note here about Nash's heavy damage skill, which is a B+ now. He's got the Chief's hat, which boosts that by a rank. Now, I think it's B. It's either B or B+. When you upgrade heavy damage to that level, you have a chance for triple damage criticals, which is why I consider doing it here. I mean, there's no guarantee that he's going to critical anyway, but can really pay off for you in the final battle. I keep going back to the Wind Dragon fight in my Hugo run, and that is an insane battle. If anyone wants to watch that, that's definitely how it's done. That's basically a one-turn battle, which is unheard of. I mean, it's one full turn and then one attack from the Wind Dragon, thanks to Silent Lake actually working. And then the battle ends at the beginning of the second turn. So you're not going to get any better than that. Not a speedrun anyway. It's definitely highlight reel material. Because Nash just absolutely comes in fierce with a level 13 weapon, double strike, violence activated. And he didn't even get triple damage critical, he got a double damage critical. Anyway, that was definitely my favorite part of all these runs so far. So we'll try and duplicate it. Anyway, we're finally done with all that. I don't know how long it took. I wasn't really keeping track. The answer is probably too long. Now it's time for the final war battle right after a scene that's also way too long in the courtyard. Couldn't end soon enough because I've had enough of this music. Just when you think the scene is over, fade to black and more. Finally. All right. The Hugo run had a pretty solid war battle. Really dumb mistake by me, but other than that, no complaints. In the Chris run, we had a very ideal war battle, where Uber did go right, and I didn't really make any mistakes. Got a little more battle action that I would like to see, but still, you can't complain at this stage. So again, we're going to move everyone up. We're going to go right, because the right is the path of least resistance. There's 4 enemies to the right. You can kill 4 enemies safely. Once you kill the 5th one, though, Sarah can summon more. And then if you kill those, she can summon more. And then repeat all that until you finish off Uber or finish off Sarah. But you need to beat Uber to end the battle, so that's the goal. Now we're going to use our attacking party. That's fine. And that's it. We don't want to aggravate or create contact with the guys from the left. Because again, you don't want to kill those guys. You just want to retreat, which is what we're going to use Lucia's unit for. But anyway, these guys attack, so that's good. Because we're just going to take them out by retaliating. Two down. So far, so good. Now, when they're attacking from the left, again, you want to use your decoy unit to retreat. And the reason why you buff them up with actual good members that you have is so they don't immediately die. I mean, you're going to be using them at least 3-4 times maybe, so they got to be able to survive a little bit of action. That's fine. I'm gonna retreat. That is not what you want to see. You don't want to see Uber go left. But I'm not going to be too worried about it just yet because he did the same thing to me in Hugo's run, and then he changed his mind and went right. So, not a big deal yet. You also don't want to see Sarah go right like she has been either. You don't want her to get in your way. Nothing good can come from that. So these guys are going to move down, they're going to attack again, I'm going to retreat again. I really wish she would retreat to the right. I don't know why she keeps going south. Okay, no one's really doing anything up there. That's okay. We're gonna move back and continue to go. Take this guy out and continue to move to the right. Took him out, no problem. That's what that group does best. That opens up the path to keep going right. always want to keep your lightning magic users and as far up as possible, in case Uber comes down and you can immediately execute him. So now these guys can't catch up to me from the left, which is good. Sarah's moving to the left, that's good. That's what you want. I'd rather if that guy didn't move there, but it's fine. So far, nothing bad has really happened. Everything's going to plan. These guys are going to continue to try and catch up with me. This guy is going to attack. I'm going to counter with my attacking group. It shouldn't be a problem taking him out. The Golem is the leader. He's out front. Leaves himself wide open to everyone attacking him. Why is that damage so low? That's not what I'm used to seeing right there. Yeah, that down in the full defense too. Well, jeez, what's going on? All right, well, whatever. Oh, shit. Alright. Well, now Uber's gonna be messing with me. He's gonna move left. It's fine, we just gotta chase him down. That's also not good. And neither is this. Jeez. It's rare that the Harmonian soldiers come this far right. Hardly ever see that. They hit hard, man. Double strikes, too. Okay, that's fine. Still took him out. Although, that's not fine, because that's the 5th unit, which means... shit. So again, like I mentioned earlier, you kill 5 units, 2 more are going to come right in front of your face. So, this is now not going according to plan. But Uber can still turn around and we can end this thing promptly. Able to take him out. That's okay. Still happy with that. Got to keep things moving though. I can't let him catch up from behind. And I just got to take this guy out. It's a good hit. Luckily, these guys aren't that strong. These phantom units, they're not too much trouble to take out. And Uber is still kind of within range. He just needs to move back one. Just move right. Just move right one spot. Come on. That's not what I wanted to see. That's definitely not what I wanted to see. Whew. Oh no. Okay. Now it's time to start freaking out. Oh man. You have an extra lightning magic at your disposal here. I gotta use it here. There's no... Sarah's too strong. She's gonna counter with... Okay, that's fine. Thomas, nobody cares. No, that's not good either. Oh, man, he's getting cover support from the south. I don't think this is going to end well. Well, maybe it will. I don't know. No, that's... He's out of Jizos, so that's really not good. Alright, well, that was helpful. Whew. Dude, if I can't break through Sarah, then we're gonna be in trouble. I really hope she doesn't retreat. She's tough to get to. You gotta go through these chimeras here. Luckily my team's coming through for me at least. Wow, Jesus. That is exactly what I needed to stay alive here. Whew. That's your team rising up right there. So Sarah's going to leave the battle, which means the units that she summoned are also going to leave the battle. So now I still got to worry about the guys that are chasing me down right behind me, but now that Sarah's gone, hopefully Uber decides to come at me. As expected, they're gonna... Okay. Well, it doesn't matter if I kill any more enemy units now. Sarah can't summon anymore, and... This one's not that bad. If I can take out the ghost armor, their entire war battle unit will be defeated. Yeah, did you see that against Sarah Zero? That was... This is a disaster. This is officially a disaster now, but at least I'm getting a slightly small amount of luck. again, just play it safe and retreat. Think about taking these guys out, but I'm already kind of on the ropes here. Alright. That's a tough decision to make. Sometimes you kind of... Oh, come on. Wow. Well, this is terrible. And I should have went with my first instinct and attacked the units 10 and 11 there. But I don't know. I don't know, man. This is not good, though. I mean, we should have it in the bag at this point. Finally, thank you. Well, for anyone watching out there, this is what you would call a disaster in the Final War battle. This is highlight material for no other reason than to show you how bad things can go. You know, you look at the Chris run, you're like, oh, this battle is easy, no problem, right? Well, no, because there's nothing I could do about what just happened there. And to add insult to injury, we got the wind hat. After all that, somehow, we still got the wind hat. Which, as Zero pointed out last run, is actually a time loss. Oh, brother. Despite all that, we're still not out of the woods yet. Zero, I'm blaming you on that one. The Zero file name clearly manipulated Uber to just messing with me the entire time. All right. This shouldn't be a problem. This battle is pretty much goes as expected. Finish strong. I am late, Uber. You're right. I am definitely late. Approximately 17 minutes late, actually. It's going pretty much as expected, which is good. At least something's gone right. Nice. That war battle was deflating, man. I already had 0 energy going into this. I'm about done. Now, Uber reappears when Hugo does this, but he doesn't reappear when Geddoe does this. Fun fact. One down, one to go. Still gotta take care of Sarah. Pretty much standard party here. Fubar to block, Chris with Silent Lake, Fred and Rico for the Unite attack, Nash and Watari for multi-hits and fast attacking. Can't fail some runs here, we'll be fine. I'm gonna put this wind hat to good use. That's what I'm gonna do. Spoiler alert, that's not gonna do anything. But we're this far behind, so let's just try something different. Alright, Sarah, show me what you got. All this damage is going to mean nothing if Sarah heals. Can't tell what she's doing. Alright, good. Silent Light goes off, which means we're going to win this battle and we're going to finish this run. That is a nice damage right there. Congrats, Fred and Rico, for coming through, and it doesn't matter anymore. And Rico's got violence, so let's see what we can do here. Up with all these guards. Alright, let's see something. Show me something good, don't miss. Mediocre. Sick dodge, Watari. Alright, we can do better than last time. Come on. That was worse than last time, but good enough. We'll take it. Take it so we can get the hell out of here. That final war battle was really bad, but I'm sure it could have gone much worse. If Sarah actually didn't move right and continued to stay in her corner, she could have summoned more units. And that would have really sucked. Maybe she's being nice today because I gave her some solid character artwork. Who knows? Again, I'm just going to fill my party here just for an absurd amount of safety so I don't die to some failed runs on the way to the flame altar. Definite overkill, but I don't care. I'm finishing this run. It's already a disaster. Nice try. All right. We made it. Now, I'm looking at my time right now, and we're in serious danger of not getting a sub 12. And I'm telling you guys right now, if that timer hits 12 hours, I'm shutting my computer off out of protest. be done with this project, so I can retire from Suikoden 3 permanently and then go join SRD in the card stories. Whatever. Card Stories New Game Plus. Be all about that life. Alright, we got the fire room back. The only thing left to do now is to fight some creepy looking eyeballs. And then on to the Wind Dragon. Gotta make sure not to just cancel out of this party menu though. Another huge disaster. Zero, Chris, Fred, Rico, and of course, Atari and Nash. We're going to use Silent Lake again. It's worked out perfectly the first time. It would have worked out perfectly the second time, except I didn't do enough damage to end the battle in 2 turns. So, we're going to stick with it. Don't forget to heal, of course. And, we're good on Jizos. Time for a flashback. I put SRD in charge of timing these flashbacks to see which one's fastest. He hasn't reported back yet, though. Zero, if you're still here, then you may have also missed the decision to do Suikoden 3 SRD %, which SRD is taking over. That involves all plays, all recipes, all books, all medal sets, all chapters, all bath accessories, all cutscenes, all side quests, free world record, open for the taking. Should only take you about 20 hours. let's go. Last battle. Finish strong. Still borderline sub 12. Gotta make it happen though. No excuses. All right. Silent Lake, Unite Attack. Choose the right target, please. Thank you. Lackluster damage. Come on, Nash, show me something. That's nothing. $3,400, that's average. Okay, he didn't act at all. But you kind of want them to act. And of course, Rico got unbalanced, so that's not good. You want the dragon to physically attack you to activate your violence runes. Like what he's doing right here. No. Why? So this is the Earth Rune, completely negating Silent Lake right now. And this is me not winning the battle in 2 turns. Because Rico got that low chance to be unbalanced. So, Unite Attack, attack. Got the color change, blue, nice color. Oh, come on. Well, much like the last war battle, with my strategy blowing up in my face, Silent Lake is now also blowing up in my face. Oh. Good. Oh, good. We get all 3. So this is where you highlight this and say, this is why you don't do Silent Lake, because that was not only was it a complete waste of time watching the Silent Lake animation, then we had to watch the Earth Rune negate it, and then we had to watch 3 spells on top of that. At least he's dead. So, Silent Lake, not all it's cracked up to be. And let's at least get a final split here, or second to last split. Oh boy. Oh boy is right. 11:52:20. You know what that means? Hold on, let me max out my cord here. It means if we want to sub 12 hours, you're going to hear a lot of this. We need full-on, try-hard teeth mashing from here on out. It's going to be close. My cord was not meant to go that far. Oops. I think I just unplugged it. Back to normal standard cord length. Did you see that disaster, Siglance? Okay, so let me... Oh, it's a doozy. It's worth watching. That's for sure. So here's what's really insane. My chapter 4 time... Oh, Zero, you missed out. You missed the best part of this run. I'm going to say this now, actually. This is the best Suikoden 3 run you'll ever see, for one reason. All the strats that I used in my first 2 runs, where you're probably thinking, why the fuck is he doing this? What a joke, what a waste of time, overkill, etc., etc. All those strats were justified by all the nonsense that happened in this run. So I'm going to turn my frown upside down. And I'm going to show everyone this run and be like, listen, this is all the bullshit that can happen. Anyway, back to the point. My time at the end of chapter 4 is 9:23, right? My time in Hugo at the end of chapter 4 is 9:14. Now what's crazy about that is that's a 9-minute That is a 9-minute variance. I'm 9 minutes behind at the end of chapter 4. That's not even counting the war battles in chapter 5. Now, you could ask me how it happened, but I don't have an answer for you. Because I got a perfect Wind Dragon fight. I got a perfect Sarah fight. Things generally went well. So, I mean... You know, what can you do? That's Suikoden 3 for you. 9 minutes of difference when nothing bad happened. And my war battle in Chris Chapter 2 was almost flawless. So, honestly, man, I don't know what to say. I must have just got an absurd amount of encounters or an absurd amount of failed runs between Chris 2 and the end of Chapter 4. That's the only explanation I can think of. And then things got really out of control in chapter 5 with the extra war battle prep, the sloppy menuing, you know, the expected additional time. But then the war battle was a complete disaster. The Uber and Sarah fights were good. And then the Wind Dragon fight was not a disaster. I mean, it should have been over in 2 turns. I shouldn't have had to watch those last 3 rune animations because Rika was unbalanced on turn 2. Really out of my control, but it all adds up. I gotta pay attention here. Yeah, he did. He did the whole thing, circling back around to the left. And I got arrogant, and I said, "Well, he moved left originally in my run with Hugo. I still got this." And then all of a sudden, I didn't have it, and I had to do the extremely rare strat of taking out Sarah, which wasn't even intended. She just happened to get in my way. Okay, she steps on Ace's foot once. And then she's going to step on it again. And Ace is going to say, "Wait for me." And that's the last dialogue box. No, Sarah going down is a win because it eliminates all the summoned units from the battlefield, all the phantom units. But it doesn't win you a battle. She just happened to get in my way, so I took her out. And also... Alright, hold on. Second foot stomp. Okay, I was really worried about not getting sub 12. I would have just completely shut off my computer. $11.58.51. What a disaster.